All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Apologies for the delay. Councilmember, you may begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert White, Council Member at Large and Chair of the Committee on Housing. Today is Wednesday, March 29th, 2023, and we are meeting remotely via the Zoom teleconferencing platform. The time is now 12:20 p.m., and I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing of the committee. Today, we will hear from the leadership of the Office of the Tenant Advocate, the Rental Housing Commission, and the Housing Finance Agency, as well as from members of the public who have made time to share their perspectives regarding these agencies. There are a lot of things in this year's budget proposal that I find concerning. I recognize that the mayor and her budget team faced a very challenging set of circumstances this year, with revenues forecasted to decline and major supports running dry, federal supports running dry. But I would have thought that many of the agencies that the Housing Committee oversees ought to be some of the last to receive major cuts. Instead, we see proposed cuts to important government programs that serve basic human needs, from financing affordable housing construction to keeping public housing in good repair, to preventing evictions, to making sure that people experiencing homelessness can quickly get housing and other supports. We hear a lot of talk about how the pandemic is behind us and DC is open, but it's clear from this committee's day-to-day oversight work and my office's constituent services efforts that the wounds on our society and economy from COVID-19 are far from healed. To give just one example, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, which is meant to step in and save tenants who are on the brink of eviction by covering a one-time rent payment, was funded at $43 million for the current fiscal year and has already had to stop accepting applications because it's run out of money. For next fiscal year, the mayor wants to devote $8 million. Unfortunately, we see similar issues across our budget. With that context, perhaps it's fitting that our first government witness on today's agenda is Johanna Shreve, the Chief Tenant Advocate. Director Shreve and her colleagues at the Office of the Tenant Advocate provide legal advice and other supports to people who live in rental housing in the district. They are deeply familiar with the district's housing market and regularly share insights and policy recommendations with the council. I hope to hear OTA's thoughts on the housing services and affordable housing market under the proposed budget. I also need to understand the impact of a significant proposed cut to OTA's budget. The mayor is proposing to cut nearly a quarter of the agency's authorized staffing and reduce its overall operating budget by 17% to $881,431. We'll also hear from Chief Judge Lisa Gregory of the Rental Housing Commission. The RHC adjudicates rent stabilization disputes when parties decide to appeal the initial decision and of the Office of Administrative Hearings. The agency also is responsible for writing and updating regulations under the Rental Housing Act. The proposed budget for the Rental Housing Commission is $1,376,565, a 1.4% reduction from last year. The RHC would retain 9 authorized full-time employees. Finally, we will hear from the District of Columbia Housing Finance Agency, or DCHFA. This agency is unique because it is a largely independent enterprise agency whose budget is primarily derived from revenues like user fees. DCHFA was established in 1979 with the authority to generate funds from private and public sources to increase the supply and lower the cost of funds available for residential mortgages and construction loans to alleviate the shortage of housing. Further, Council gave DCHFA the mandate to focus its financial supports on low and moderate income residents. DCHFA has played an important role in making homeownership possible for our residents through programs like HPAP, a program that provides down payment and closing cost assistance in the form of interest-free loans, and DC for Me, a program that provides DC government employees mortgages at a reduced interest rate. DCHFA has also empowered DC nonprofit and for-profit developers to acquire and develop affordable multifamily buildings through programs like the low income housing tax credit, or LIHTC. The DCHFA Board of Directors has the authority to vote on the issuance of tax-exempt bonds, lending programs, the annual budget, contracts over $50,000, operational policies, and the appointment of the executive director. DCHFA has a 5-person board and members serve 2-year terms. Members are reimbursed for actual and necessary expenses incurred while engaging in services for the agency. A member of the board not otherwise employed by the district may also receive compensation with a limit of $8,000 per year. I'm interested in speaking with Director Donald to illuminate the ways in which DCHFA can be a leverage point to ensure equity and development. I also look forward to getting a better understanding of the agency's financial situation. With that, let me turn to my colleagues and see if Councilmember Fruman has an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman White. I do have a brief opening statement. I too am very interested to hear from all of the agencies. I think the work that DCHFA does is really exciting, and want to learn more about it and encourage building on the work that they've been doing. The rental commission, I'm looking forward to learning more about the operation of that entity and considering what role it will play in what I see as a really challenging period in this space. We are about to see we could see a move of an increase in rents and rent stabilized buildings of 8.9%. We've seen the reductions in the ERAP funding that Chairman White has pointed to, reductions in protections for tenants against eviction in the form of legal representation, and it all looks like it could create a perfect storm, which is pretty frightening. One place that is going to be key in addressing these dynamics is the Office of Tenant Advocate, and I really look forward to hearing from Chief Tenant Advocate Shreve today. It's an essential resource for nearly 60% of DCA households who rent their residence. The work of the Office of the Tenant Advocate, advocating for renters across defending their rights, is frontline for all tenants, especially the most vulnerable. I want to take a moment to thank Chief Tenant Advocate Shreve and her team for your helpful advice and consultation in drafting the Rent Stabilization Protection Amendment Act of 2023, which I introduced earlier this month to ensure rent stabilized units can coexist with the voucher program without sacrificing one form of affordable housing for another. And I believe that there are going to be many issues that we need to contend with around the rent stabilization programs in the coming year and years, and I really look forward to working with you on all of them. Given that, I'm really concerned, as Chairman White has highlighted already, at the 17% reduction in your budget. Really concerned about the loss of force supporting staff in in-house legal representation efforts at a time where we're seeing cuts to ERAP and the unprecedented increase in stabilized rents. My concern is that these changes in support of renters across the district could create a perfect storm, as I've said before, and exacerbate homelessness and lead to additional evictions. I hope your testimony today can help answer that question and aid me in understanding what actions the council can take in this budget process to support your office and its critical duty of protecting tenant interests. Thank you very much.
Very much, Councilmember Fruman. Before we turn to our first panel of public witnesses, Let me go over some ground rules. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list. I'm going to call people on the list in the order they appear. When I call you, you will be promoted to a panelist, which means you will drop out of the hearing momentarily. You'll be brought back in as a panelist, at which point you can unmute yourself to testify. As you will see, it will take just a minute as we transition to each panel just to see who's here and get everything lined up. So I appreciate your patience with that. Public witnesses have 4 minutes to testify. Advisory neighborhood commissioners have 5 minutes to testify. With that, I will call up our first panel of public witnesses. Sherry Acosta, who is a public witness, Robert Warren, Director of People for Fairness Coalition, Rochelle Ellison, Senior Mentor Advisor, Fellow with Miriam's Kitchen and People for Fairness Coalition, Kat Peter, Vice President at AOPA, Kirsten Williams with DC Robin Hood, Nicole Donnellan, a student at American University, Ashley Ruff with the Fort DuPont Civic Association, James Shabazz, a field organizer with Organized Vendors for Economic Cooperation. We will give a moment to get everybody queued up. And let me add William Jordan to this panel as well. Jerry Acosta, you're going to be first, but I need you to unmute. Oh, I'm sorry. You have to accept promotion first. So you should see a button that says accept promotion.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. And I don't see my video displayed. I don't see any of the other videos displayed either. Do they have to enable that?
It is enabled. You should be able to turn your video on. Most people leave it off until they testify. Do you see the option to turn your video on?
No, I've unmuted myself, but I don't see that option.
All right, let me, what I might do is go to the second person. Oh, you got it? Excellent.
It just popped up. Wow.
There we are.
Good morning. Nice to see you again, Chairman White.
Thank you.
Just let me know when I'm authorized to begin.
You're right. Go ahead, please.
Very good, sir. Good morning to the Committee on Housing, Chairman White, and the committee staff members, other members of the committee, and participants. My name is Sherry Acosta. For the record, I would note that I am a former dedicated public servant and employee of the district government for over 18 years. I was a staff assistant at the Rental Housing Commission from 2011 to 2020. My comments are based on my personal observations during that time and are covered under the broad protection of First Amendment freedom of speech and federal and local whistleblower protections. As you may recall, I've testified before your committee before under the prior leadership of council members Bond and Silverman, and also before Chairman White. And I'm sure you remember my testimony perhaps from before. So I would just start out briefly, understanding I have limited time. I'd like to quote the late great Representative John Lewis. When you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, do something about it. Say something, have the courage, have the backbone, get in the way, walk with the wind. It's all going to work out. And I have great respect for late Representative Lewis. And with those thoughts in mind, I come forward today to share concerns about the proposed budget and use of the budget funds for the DC Rental Housing Commission. Just as a reminder, as you all know, the commission's budget is paid by all local funds, DC taxpayer dollars, and we all know that the DC Council is mandated to set the interests of the taxpayers. As you are further aware, in 2022, the DC OAG issued a settlement payment of over $400,000 to settle numerous employment litigation lawsuits that were filed against the DC government due to the actions of the former Rental Housing Committee Chairman, Michael Spencer. It was also revealed in litigation documents that the former chairman was named in at least 5 other EEO complaints when he was a labor and employee relations specialist at another DC agency. So that's just by way of background. And there have been another complaint that was reported by a former Rental Housing Commission staff member, reported also to your staff. The former chairman's term ended approximately July 18, 2021. His holdover period expired 180 days around January 14, 2022. Acting Chief Judge Gregory did not assume her role as acting chief judge until around May 2nd, 2022. So from January to May 2022, there was no head of the Rental Housing Commission, no authority to approve a situation that has occurred where Mr. Spencer was remaining on the payroll at the Rental Housing Commission, getting paid at $180,000 a year plus. He should not have been on the payroll, should have been in a holding period until his renomination was either approved or disapproved. February 16, 2022, I testified before Ms. Bonds and Ms. Silverman on the renomination proposal for the former chairman. The Housing Committee seriously considered Mr. Spencer's conduct when reevaluating his nomination to continue as judge and chairman. In a letter dated March 18, 2022, Councilmember Bonds to Beverly Perry, senior advisor to the mayor, she indicated she did not believe it would be in the best interest of the commission or the council to reconfirm Mr. Spencer, and they were unable to move forward with the legislation to renominate him. In a letter from Mayor Bowser to Council Chair Phil Mendelson, dated April 28, 2022, please be advised that I am requesting the withdrawal of the following nominations, and that was the nomination of Mr. Spencer to be reconfirmed. I have learned since then that this former chairman stayed on the DC payroll and as a Rental Housing Commission active employer after his term expired and after both the mayor and the DC council disapproved his nomination, and he remains on the payroll in an unfunded, unapproved new position, which has been referred to as acting chief of staff, administrative judge, or special assistant, continuing to be paid $180,000, the same salary plus the same salary to current interim or acting chief judge Gregory. It is my understanding now from the current proposed budgets that it will include funding which will be used for a newly created position for this former chief judge chairman, and it is proposed by the RHC management to be filled by the former judge chairman Spencer. The commission has never had a chief of staff in all the years that they've been in existence. They have a relatively small caseload, have, in my opinion, underperformed or not reported their required key performance indicators. And they have also debated with the prior housing committee senior members, Councilmember Bonds and Silverman, that their KPIs were not appropriate, although those same KPIs were met and exceeded by the former previous Rental Housing Commission Chairman, Mr. Segedi Mezak.
You're about a minute over your time, so let me ask you in maybe 20 seconds to summarize the rest.
Certainly, thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't see the time clock, so I kind of lost track of my time. I do not believe it's an appropriate use of the hard-earned DC taxpayer dollars, which are all the local funds used to fund the agency, to approve a new position. All actions should have consequences, and someone who has performed in such a manner should not be given rewards, but should be consequence. As a small agency, they have very little oversight, no rewards to perform checks and balances. The only gatekeeper is your committee, and I'm asking your committee to please do the right thing and conserve the DC taxpayer dollars in a way that is not inappropriate. Please do the right thing, provide oversight and guidance so that the mistakes of the past with this agency will not be reported. I thank you for your time, and I would conclude by saying the arc of moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice, per Dr. King. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Warren, Robert Warren, welcome.
Thank you. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember White, committee members, DC residents. My name is Robert Warren. I'm one of the founding members of the organization People Fairness Coalition. We are grounded in the belief that housing is a human right, and that effort PFFC has adopted a universal right to housing campaign to bring about policies based on DC residents having the ability to qualify to receive housing voucher assistance. This is the excerpt from the United Nations report preventing homelessness. This report by the United Nations to prevent homelessness. There is a need to address its underlying causes, including through taking a right-based approach, international covenant of economic, social, and cultural right, recognizing everyone's right to an adequate standard of living, including housing. State parties are encouraged to strengthen legal remedies to protect people from forced evictions, thus preventing them from falling into homelessness. Such a solid foundation will also be important in meeting other developmental goals, such as reducing poverty. Preventing homelessness requires sound housing and social policies, especially building enough affordable housing and supporting people with low income through housing allowances. For example, in Finland, the responsibility of financing to support homelessness population is shared across national and local levels and between social and housing policies. Universal social and health services provide support to people who are at risk of homelessness and support reintegration into societies after being homeless. Just quoting President Biden's in his budget that he released. President Biden believes that everyone deserves to live in safe and affordable homes. He expanded access to affordable rent through the Housing Choice Voucher program to well over 200,000 additional households, in addition to assisting all current voucher recipients, providing new vouchers for tens of thousands of additional families. Whether you rent or own or having a place to live that you can afford in a neighborhood with opportunity is the foundation for so much else in life. It is also the foundation for so much else in our economy. A lack of quality affordable housing hinders the job market, holds back economic growth by making it harder for workers to access good paying jobs. It drives up the cost of families and inflationary pressure. It also increases the commutes and inefficiency, energy consumption, which exuberates climate change. And the lack of affordable housing opportunity perpetuate the ongoing segregation and discrimination that our nation committed to eradicate nearly 60 years ago. That's why the president budget includes historic investments in low housing costs, expanded housing supplies, improved access to affordable rental options, home ownership, and advanced efforts to end homelessness. The budget includes the mandatory discretionary housing investments totaling more than $175 billion. And I quote the president because of the fact that DC residents, specifically long-term residents, need to be assured that they won't be economically discriminated against in the District of Columbia when it comes to being able to access housing that's affordable, accessible, and sustainable to them. PFFC in 2010, we launched our Universal Right to Housing campaign. In 2013, we actually tried to bring to the voters of District of Columbia a ballot initiative based on universal housing rights that each, based on the belief that if you earn under $39,000 in the District of Columbia, that you would automatically qualify for some form of housing assistance that would make it universally affordable to you. That public policy that we've been fighting for would actually ask a 1/4 rule where the rental properties would we take a 1/4 reduction in the rent they would charge. The federal government would pay 1/4 of that cost. The local government would pay 1/4 of that cost, and that individual renting that unit would pay 1/4 of that cost. That would make it affordable to everyone. Also, if you reference the comprehensive plan that was introduced before we updated the one that the city council's own racial equity office, the Office of the Racial Equity of the City Council actually found the comprehensive plan to be discriminatory and not equitable for DC residents. It calls for making 1/3 of rental housing in the District of Columbia affordable to everyone. And that's what we aim to do, to follow up on that promise of that comprehensive plan. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I will be submitting this testimony to the record. It also has a reference of what the Biden administration budget has in it related to housing. It also has the link that links you to the United Nations report on homelessness. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Kat Peter, welcome.
Hello, I think I'm on.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson White and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Catalin Peter. I am the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Apartment and Office Building Association. I wanted to share a few of our members' thoughts and insights about one of the agencies that we do work quite closely with, and that's the Office of the Tenant Advocate. When asked about the relationship between our membership, which represents approximately 100,000 units of multifamily residential housing in DC, many of our members said that they often receive correspondence from the chief tenant advocate about something that's a resident that's having a problem in their buildings, and they are quite often able to come to a resolution and to work together. And the reason that I mention this is because we do understand about the major cuts that are being taken to the Office of Tenant Advocate. And we feel it's important as an association to let the council know and to let the office know that we are willing to work together to streamline any processes that might be helpful. If there are ways in which housing providers can work more collaboratively with the office, particularly if we have certain residents who are within our buildings and perhaps they may not feel like they can talk to the housing provider, by being able to go to the Office of Tenant Advocate and using that as a resource and then making the connection, often we're able to fill in that gap. So whatever we can do to help the Office of Tenant Advocate in terms of connecting residents to housing providers and trying to mitigate problems before they become larger problems, or potentially someone is moving towards, God forbid, an eviction or something along those lines. We're here to help. We're here to help with communication and to be that resource for not only the Office of Tenant Advocate, but the residents that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. James Shabazz, welcome and good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Councilman. Good to see you again.
Same.
Yes. Good afternoon, Councilman White. We want to remind the DC government, the mayor and the council to include the homeless, the formerly homeless, and residents in DC public housing in their budgetary vision of creating thousands of DC Black homeowners in the next 7 years. The residents of DC public housing have a portion of their investment towards cooperative ownership of their properties in the form of their housing vouchers. The DC government should add millions of dollars to the DC Housing Production Trust Fund and other such funds and other such institutions, and then enter into an active partnership with all housing voucher recipients who can qualify themselves for the responsibility of home ownership. This is the only formula available to free families from generational poverty and economic slavery, and allowing them to become productive members of society and less of a burden on the taxpayer's dollar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shabazz. Our next witness is William Jordan, who's the last witness on this panel.
Good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the Committee on Housing. My name is William Jordan. Chairman, if you remember, DC Housing Finance Agency's February oversight hearing, Director Donald offered a series of excuses for the lack of oversight of the projects the agency has underwritten and their impact on racial equity in the district. The two main excuses were DHCD's Qualified Allocation Plan, QAP, which regulates low-income housing tax program, was the agency's Bible, and that plan did not require racial equity analysis. The second main excuse was that the agency is a banker, and a banker is absolved of any responsibility for understanding how the projects they underwrite impact racial equity processes and outcomes in our city. Effectively, Director Donald indicated that as long as projects were in line with the QAP, the increasing displacement, income, health, and wealth disparities faced daily by Black residents was not within the agency's purview. You can imagine the fallout if Wells Fargo had come before this committee and provided similar testimony. We are all familiar with Wells Fargo's checkered reputation on racial equity and disparity. All hell would have broken out. However, at least Wells Fargo, when called on their BS, has learned that hiding behind excuses doesn't work. Even this past September, Wells Fargo commissioned a third-party racial equity audit, which is being conducted by Covington and Burlington law firm. I urge the committee to demand that the DC Housing Finance Agency budget to conduct a similar audit of its investments and the impacts of those investments on Black families in particular. As well, we all know that the status quo approach to financing affordable housing projects in the district in and of themselves do not help address racial inequities in our city, particularly with regards to Black families. I'd like to raise a few red flags and then summarize. DC Housing Finance Agency has three primary areas of business that it talks about. Two of those have nothing to do with low-income housing tax credit or the QAP. So that excuse is not valid. Even in multifamily arena, where the agency used to be known as the bank, which supported residents exercising their TOPA rights to build cooperatives and maintaining some ownership stakes in their buildings, the agency seems to have lost its way in this regard. In fact, the agency is not even supposed to be investing in projects which either interfere with or violate or manipulate TOPA rights, or where their sponsors manipulate TOPA rights or Section 18 rights. Yet at Park Morton, those rights were abridged. At Faircliff East, they were clearly exploited, and those were projects funded by this agency. Again, the agency is too important to allow it to use the QAP made me do it as an excuse for not doing racial equity impact analysis on their projects and how those projects impact residents. This committee needs to help them get this right. And I'll make quick recommendations, I'll be done. Fund a third-party racial equity audit of the agency. Fund a permanent ombudsman and racial equity team at the agency. Fund a process which requires resident organizations be fully engaged in the pipeline, set minimum standards for public benefits, and fund a website so that we can keep up with the agency. Most of the time I log on and the website agenda for agency meetings is 2-3 months behind. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thanks to everyone on this panel. Few questions, not many, but for Ms. Acosta, what specific actions do you are you recommending that the committee take here?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
What specific actions are you recommending?
I can't hear. I don't know if you can hear me, but I cannot hear you. I'm sorry.
Mr. Warren.
I have a video, but no audio.
Okay. I'll ask the team to send you a message. We can hear you. So I think the issue is on your end. Hopefully we can figure it out. So if my team would send a message. I got you. Mr. Warren, wait. Okay. Mr. Warren, you had mentioned an idea of universal affordable housing where rental properties would take a quarter reduction. The feds would pay a quarter and local governments would pay a quarter. Do you know of information I can study to look at this idea? My initial reaction is that they would just drive the rents up because there would be more money available. So I worry that we might end up back where we are, except things will cost a lot more. But I imagine people have studied this. Anything I can look at on this?
I would think that we would have to look at, formulating the public policy. I think that's what our ballot initiative was trying to do. But of course, when we brought that ballot initiative in 2013, we found out that you can't bring a ballot initiative to district voters that has any fiscal impact on the DC budget. And so we probably should have been trying to bring it to the council then, just to see, define that we have public housing units that's $2.2 billion in disrepair, and the mayor's budget does nothing to address that large disparity in neglect of public housing units. I think I can probably have my colleague, Mr. Black, send you some information. I know that in Minnesota, they currently have a universal right to housing policy that they're trying to put forward also.
If you do have
just the information I also sent you around the UN, the United Nations. I have attached those reports from the United Nations around homelessness, their first report that they introduced. And I think it talks about, the part that I referenced talks about how we need to come up with a public policy that makes rent affordable, specifically to people who are on the margin of poverty and displacement in the District of Columbia.
Or if you or Mr. Black have anything you can share with us so we can read up on it, please do send it.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Acosta, can you hear me now?
I've lost the audio.
You don't hear me?
I can hear you now. It had cut off previously after you said my name for questions. I didn't hear the previous question. If you wouldn't mind.
Okay, let me give it another try. What specific action are you recommending the committee take here?
Thank you for that question. I had that in the rest of my statement, but due to time limitations, again, because budget funds are so tight, the mayor's made a lot of cuts in the funding. This is an unnecessary position, and funds could be better funded to perhaps extend the mediation efforts or to provide some sort of partial board for oversight for this independent commission. Many independent agencies have boards over them, such as Office of Employee Appeals, Public Employees Relations Board. This agency, as you're aware, has had some management practices that have been questioned in the past by your former colleagues, Councilmember Bonds and Silverman, and funding could be provided for a board to provide oversight and appropriate checks and balances so that this type of situation does not occur in the future. And again, this agency is funded by all local dollars. And there seems to have been some confusion and inappropriateness in the management in the past. And in the period from January to May, where there was no chief judge appointed, this person continued on the payroll because no one apparently knew what to do. And that's a position that was funded at $180,000 a year. If they do decide to go forward with the chief of staff position, it should be advertised as a competitive position. Again, I believe all actions have consequences, and I don't believe rewards are in place for someone who has had issues in the past as extreme as this. And I think that the prior—
what I would say is a couple things. So the Rental Housing Commission is the oversight board, and it's meant to provide independence here. Where I struggle a bit, you brought a number of cases against Mr. Spencer and settled them. His decision to suspend you was overturned, and the administrative judge who issued that opinion took issue with some of his actions, but didn't impose any kind of liability or penalty. The council has to be very careful about actions that would seem to take the role of personnel authority, which we can't do. So you're right to note the concerns. There are things that the committee can and can't do, but we are looking at this issue very carefully and take the concerns that you have raised in this and the previous hearing very seriously as we navigate it. So I appreciate you expanding on your testimony.
May I make one further comment, Chairman?
Sure.
I believe that the DC Code has a provision for, I believe it's called false actions, and it includes a provision where an individual or entity would receive an overpayment and doesn't notify the government and doesn't pay it back. And I believe the existence of this position as acting chief of staff or special assistant or administrative judge, as was listed in their performance oversight documents, was not approved because the current interim judge was not appointed until May. So from the period of January 14th, when the person's term holdover expired, until May, that was an unauthorized position, expense, and not approved by anyone, as per my knowledge, unless there's some new information that has come to light. So
I
the false
appreciate it. What I will
actions
do here,
claim
I'll
would
ask
pertain.
I'll ask the agency to give us their analysis on this question that you raised, and then we will review it. I'll review it independent of that.
Right. And I would finally note that under former Mayor Fenty, he had proposed the decommission of this agency, and their cases.
You noted that at our performance oversight hearing. I have an eye on all of this. I'm not going to end this hearing say this agency shouldn't exist. I assure you, I'm examining all of our agencies very, very closely. But I did hear you when you testified on that point in the performance oversight. I appreciate you. Catalin Peter, you suggested in your testimony that there might be an opportunity for AOBA to work with or assist OTA. Do you have any specific thoughts on what that might look like?
Well, the way it looks like right now is that we often communicate with one another based on knowledge of if the office knows that there's some, we try to, I don't know how it would look like more formally, but I know that often residents feel more comfortable going directly to the Office of Tenant Advocate, even if it's an issue that the housing provider would be able to resolve for them. I've gotten calls from tenants, and I've sent them to the Office of Tenant Advocate, letting them know that, you know, you could contact your housing provider directly if you feel more comfortable talking to the Office of Tenant Advocate. Perhaps the Office of Tenant Advocate could provide, could be an intermediary resource type of thing. So the tenant obviously feels that, I mean, by its name, they have a tenant advocate by their side when they're speaking with the housing provider. So I mean, maybe it's as easy as, you know, we continue to provide resources to tenants. I know we have a tenant bill of rights, but I think even if we can agree that we're all working towards the same goal, is that tenants have safe, healthy housing, that they're able and they're able to meet their financial obligations, and if they are having problems, that they're able to work with their housing provider in a way that feels comfortable for them. So maybe it is developing a simple one-sheeter that all of our members could provide to their tenants, that they could email out and say, you know, if you're having problems and you feel more comfortable. And I'm thinking in terms of the ERAP rental assistance issue, that's another thing that we want to work on. And maybe it's as easy as something coming from the housing providers. If you're not comfortable talking to me, you can contact the Office of Tenant Advocate, and we're happy to work together with them if you're having an issue.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think there have to be more opportunities to work jointly. And so we'll try to give that thought as well, but I hope that you will continue to engage the Office of the Tenant Advocate to brainstorm, because obviously it is a lot better if we can prevent some problems than having to deal with increased capacity. And the Office of Tenant Advocate is likely going to have decreased capacity in the coming year. So I think partnerships will be very helpful.
And maybe it really is as simple as putting something out to our members that they can, something very simple that we work with Johanna and Joel on, that they can send out, or that they can have available, you know, if you feel more comfortable, or if you're having issues and you feel more comfortable, that's what the Office of Tenant Advocate is here for. And we can work through them, and they can be your advocate in that sense.
Okay. I appreciate it. We'll keep looking for opportunities to do exactly that.
So
Thank you. I'm over time. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman White, and thank you for all of the witnesses for your testimony. Ms. Peter, I'm going to ask some questions, and it may be that you're just not ready to answer these questions. I've got, I believe, 50 emails today about the upcoming rent increase. I haven't really heard from AOBA. I've heard a little bit of outreach from AOBA on this, but it's going to be important to hear from all sides on this issue. I mean, the hardship for tenants could be enormous, 8.9%. But there is also the issue of hardship for building owners. And I have the data on the 8.9% increase for tenants. Is there data out there that shows levels of return that apartment owners of rent stabilized buildings have enjoyed in recent years, or something that gives some transparency so that one can assess what will be competing claims between landlords and tenants in the next week?
may I speak candidly?
Yeah, that's why I asked the question.
When our members were informed of the CPI and the maximum allowable rent increase, we knew that there are members of our community, namely our seniors and our disabled populations, those of limited means, who may, whether they're living in rent control properties or not, that they may be struggling, that they may have an issue here. We formed a task force and we brought together our best and the finest, I would say, about them, but folks who are really in touch, I think, with government, with their residents, and to think of some ideas on how we could help these populations. I think the focus was certainly, we have limited resources and we want to focus them on those who need it the most, irrespective of whether or not if they're in a rent control property or not, if they are seniors or if they are disabled or if they are under in our most vulnerable populations making a very low percentage of AMI, what can we do to potentially help them? And we have, I can send you that information. And this was coupled with the fact that our members, for some close to 3 years, because of the timing, you need certain notices before you can issue rent increases. When COVID came, some had perhaps not issued them already. So they averaged between 2.5 to 3 years, they haven't seen any increases. Really, for their affordable housing stock, naturally affordable, these buildings require a great deal of maintenance. They require operating expenses have increased in the high teens in terms of their utilities. This is basic, keeping these buildings operating safe, healthy, making sure their employees are paid, whether it's 401ks for their building employees, all of that, trash collection, keeping up with new regulations. Yes, we can provide that information as well. In terms of the proposal that we're hearing, it is really difficult to, it is quite difficult. And we're taking on the challenge of trying to proactively yet reactively come up with something that we don't even know what it is yet. And we haven't been spoken to about yet. And we would like to work with the Housing Committee in particular, as well as some of our other members who are particularly concerned about our most vulnerable populations on how to address this. However, I think that anything that would, our rental housing laws are very beyond complicated. I think that in an emergency situation, we want to be very tailored, very thoughtful, to make sure both the housing providers and the tenant advocates are fully understanding of what they want to do, what they're trying to address, and the greatest problem. So we will do everything we can to send you as much information as humanly possible. Although right now I don't have anything that officially is, this is what we want to do. And that does frighten me a bit. It does frighten my members. I think that we're getting calls from the financial folks who are like, what's going on in DC again? So working as fast as we can, we'll send you both alternatives and data that that's a lot. I feel like I just said a lot in a few minutes.
No, I think that it's super helpful. You said what you said. I mean, we're gonna need data because hardship on one side is obvious, and the hardship on the other side, I think, is going to be a thing that's going to need to be filled in. I, for example, and maybe you and I have talked about this, I've wondered, why is CPI the peg? Because CPI is a lot of different things, cost of food, but what's the cost? What are the natural increases that building operators are experiencing? I don't know what that number is.
They're a lot higher than CPI. I think from everyone we've spoken to, they're certainly a lot higher than CPI. I believe that, I mean, the utility costs, frankly, are the most concerning. And in terms of labor and construction, when you're doing anything, I think that, I mean, the utility is a conversation, I think, in and of itself. That's where our members are seeing a majority of their increases. So CPI is a baseline understanding that, generally speaking, everything has a certain, where cost increases have been I mean, I'm not going to give you, I feel like I'm not articulating this well.
It's okay. It's just for right now, it's just a question of putting the idea on the table. And another thing that's sort of related to this is your members are guaranteed in rent stabilized building at 12% return, which, you know, I don't know, I'm new to this. That's where I don't want to endorse or not that number. And so whenever they fall below that, you know, they can do a hardship petition. But what's the experience? Is the average return significantly higher than that? I don't know. Is there a place to look where I can understand what the experience of landlords is and whether or not, you know, it's going to differ landlord to landlord, but are there landlords that are making very high returns? Are there, and I don't have the answer to that question right now. I'd love to have the answer to that question.
I think that that's something that we would, in terms of I'm a little bit new to there's a lot of elements here. So I'm a little bit new. I haven't ventured into hardship petitions. I've heard different experiences. Nothing that I would be comfortable to definitively say, this is the opinion that I've formed on how that works. I think that's definitely something that we should discuss. 12% guaranteed rate. There is more that my members can speak to that as well, and how actually that pencils out factors that are being considered there. Whether or not that rate of return is something that is held onto by an owner, or whether or not that is something that's eventually incorporated into your operating expenses. I think that that's important as well. If you're guaranteed that you have 12%, but you have to use 16% because that's how much your costs have increased, or that's how much you need to do in, we need to study all of this. And I think that this is why we need to have a conversation with these numbers versus something on an emergency basis like this. That makes us very, 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 very nervous.
So well, thank you very much. And you started by saying, can I be candid? And really need you to be candid, really need to have everything on the table kind of conversation so we can understand where we're at. And I mean, you get it, that because you convened a group to think about this before of what this can mean on the ground to lots of individuals. So that's a giant challenge for us. And then you're going to present us with data that may present a challenge to us as well. We got to work this out in a way that's fair for everybody, and that stabilizes our housing market and avoids what a bunch of us have been referring to as, perfect storm, catastrophic storm, witch's brew, all these things coming together. None of us want that. We got to figure out.
We feel the same. We feel the same on our end, looking at our, we also represent our commercial office space. And what we've seen there is part of why I say the word terrified, nervous, for our multifamily providers. They're looking at that, and they're seeing that in their future. I think that if we do anything, or if we're looking to do anything, I think we can agree with the Office of Tenant Advocate, our seniors, our disabled populations, those with a very limited means, that should be the first thing that we work towards. And then I think I believe it would be to put everything on the table for us at the government level, council level, with stakeholders, to look at what we need to do beyond that, and working with economists as well. I think that there are some who would be happy to join there.
All right, well, I've gone over. Thank you very much. And Chairman Wright, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. It was a good conversation, and since the door is open, I'll use the opportunity to say my office is looking at multiple potential options on for emergency bills. They cannot carry a financial impact, and that fact will limit what our options actually are. So we're trying to understand what our legal options are. We can't just pass any bill we want on emergency. It cannot carry a fiscal impact. So we have taken multiple ideas to the agencies and to the council budget office to say, can we do all of these? Can we do some of them? Can we do one of them? And from there, we'll try to pick select the best thing to do. What I'm trying to balance as we address rent control is a very real and urgent impact of a 41-year high increase for people in rent control units. There are a lot of people that are not in rent control units who are also suffering. This is just people who are in rent control units who are seeing a potential increase in their rent. That is real. People are struggling. Rent is expensive. The other side of that is if landlords file a hardship petition and increase rents after we just reduced it, people could end up paying more. I don't want to shoot somebody in the foot later. If a building owner, particularly smaller building owners, if they decide to sell their building, one, we may lose permanently affordable housing. I don't want to do that. That's not a consequence that we want here. And often when buildings are sold, they're sold to larger corporations, which I think are less in the interest of district residents. So there is a balance that we have to figure out. I told somebody earlier today, I don't want to do what feels good. I want to do what is good. And we have to figure that out. It is not simple. And we need to do what is in the best interest of our residents, what is responsible for our residents, both now and a couple of years from now, figuring out what that is and what we can do within our legal authority. An emergency bill is complex. But to the point of speaking candidly, I appreciate it, Ms. Peter. This is a time in the city where we need people to come out of their bunkers and come to the table because none of us individually have the answer. And I just don't want us to see us continue to sort of, have the same battles with the same people and the same lack of progress. We've got to pull people to the table and figure out together how the heck are we going to make some improvements? Because I'm not prepared to sit as chair of this committee for 2 years and not make progress or just dabble in the same debates that get us nowhere. So we are going to have to figure out how to work together. And that's a challenge, but it's one I'm looking forward to engaging folks on. Mr. Jordan, I appreciate the ideas you raised in your testimony. Let me ask you about one of them. What do you think a racial equity audit would accomplish?
Well, one, it kind of goes to conversation you just had. We have a market that's skewed, right? Because of the way government and foreign capital and everything plays into our market. So part of what an audit would do is actually show us what's really going on in our field, what's really happening with our investments. So from my perspective, how the agency is funding displacement, right? So from others' perspective, they're building affordable housing, right? So how do we weigh what's really displacement and what's really affordable housing?
Yeah.
The other perspective I have is they're investing in development companies are gaining equity and power, but residents who are experiencing the displacement or they're not gaining any equity, they're not gaining any stability, economic. So the purpose is to really figure out, are the policies we're moving forward with actually having the impact that we claim they are, and then looking on a racial equity basis to be able to tell, are we having that? And that's also with the home ownership, with Black home ownership loss in this city has come up. Well, this agency would be the one to make a change in that. But if they're investing in buildings that basically destabilize those very communities, are we making progress? So that's what I think the study would begin to look at it and break it down. So we're making decisions that we understand the trade-offs a little better.
And Mr. Shabazz, I just want to note from your testimony your notion that we need to add money to the Housing Production Trust Fund, among other things, I think is exactly right. That's the biggest pot of money for building and preserving affordable housing that we have right now. We don't have enough affordable housing. We're losing too much affordable housing. So a substantial decrease in this pot of money spells a lot of trouble related to what Mr. Jordan is saying, for the likelihood of people, particularly people of color, to hang on in this city and have options for living. With that, let me thank this panel of witnesses. I appreciate your testimonies. I appreciate the recommendations and the robust conversation, and thank you for being part of this budget process.
Thank you.
And we will
Thank you.
we will return to our second and final panel of public witnesses, which will include Misha Petway, president of the Potomac Gardens family, Kiera Colin-Torres, co-owner of From Here Realty, Kayla Kelly, lead organizer with Hilda Homies, Robert Lairdo, co-chairman of TENAC, Cynthia Davis, executive director of DC Family Child Care Association, Armand Gill, TA president of Park West Apartment, Nikila Smith, co-lead of Rhonda Whitaker Streets for Life of DC, Selena Laura Hernandez, housing promoter with Kerrison, and Elizabeth Falcon, who I think just signed up. Second. Robert Lairdo, we'll need you to accept promotion. Armand Gill, are you with us? Oh, there we are. Welcome.
Thanks. Sorry about that.
Who's that? Okay. All right. We're back to Robert Lairdo. So yes, you can begin your testimony when you are ready.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember White and Councilmember Fruman, for the opportunity to testify today. I'm co-chair of TENAC, the DC Tenants Advocacy Coalition. We advocate for tenants citywide in order to promote rent-controlled tenants' rights in affordable housing. Tenants need OTA. Tenants have recounted the superb work OTA's legal, education, administrative, and other staff have rendered in cases of settled law and other matters of tenant advocacy. But an important part of doing this work is the budget. We see that the mayor's budget, unfortunately, appears to propose significant reductions for OTA of 17% overall in the OTA budget and a reduction of positions called full-time equivalencies so necessary to accomplish the OTA mission. Moreover, OTA provides more than legal assistance. It helps administer the Emergency Rent Assistance Program called ERAP. It provides needed assistance also to educate and inform tenants of their rights and much more. Now, if we focus on cuts where tenants are affected both by reductions to OTA and other tenant-related needs, there are severely deep reductions proposed to the Rental Assistance Program, ERAP, harmful reductions in funding inspections to inspect apartments in order to keep tenants safe and in their homes, and devastating reductions in general aid service, legal aid services outside OTA. And these are services often used to defend tenants from arguably the worst occurrence in one's life, eviction. So remedies need to be worked out that sufficiently restore the harsh cuts proposed by the mayor in OTA's budget, in other tenant services, and in the overall assistance to tenants in needs. Advocates and council members alike expressed astonishment at the severity of the budget reductions. Their reactions do confirm the astonishing nature of a budget that is truly a pinch me, I want to see if I'm dreaming experience. This proposed budget is far from most DC residents' priorities and preferences. It's a budget that seems more appropriate coming from the Republican Party than from the DC government. At this time, we must get our priorities in order in this time of crisis. Lifeline services such as eviction prevention and legal aid should not be sacrificed to help pay for what could be considered almost frivolous programs when compared to the damage these proposed harsh reductions we are focusing on would do. For example, millions for bike lanes can be delayed. Most bike lanes have very few cyclists and remain largely empty. Then, instead of proposing millions to encourage the use of e-bikes, DC should prioritize services that preserve residents' well-being, safety, and health, such as food assistance and, of course, rent assistance and eviction prevention. Bike lanes are fine indeed, but in this time of need, their funding can be delayed. We could also postpone the millions proposed for a massive network of traffic cameras until the recovery is better. Then there's another phrase called tax increases. It's a dreaded phrase, but it can be used very well. Perhaps the council could work this out because what the country and district need now is a mutual sense of sacrifice to recover our economy, like the spirit exhibited during World War II and the Depression, when everyone joined hands and worked together. That includes for those who have the most, and it is written, to those much is given, much is required. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Armanda Gill. You are on mute. You're on mute.
Sorry, thank you for having me here. So I'm here to advocate for funding for OTA at this economic period that is difficult for a lot of people. They have significant amount of demand and they are short on lawyers. Legal Aid Society, all kind of free advocates, pro bono lawyers are overwhelmed with demand. And it is very difficult if the budget does not consider the need for people to have a right to defend themselves. And property developers keep developing. I was listening to the previous panel and talking about hardship petition. OTA is working on a law to repeal the voluntary agreement, which is highly necessary because it is unfair. And this hardship petition that you guys were talking about, you need to take into consideration big property developers who are not even located in DC, who have let buildings decay and then go to the government, ask for money, saying, claiming that the state of the building needs repair. You have also issues of the housing, the housing rental commission. We as tenants cannot talk directly with Mr. Mayor nor Judge Gregory. We need OTA to do the interface, and unfortunately, and the rental housing commission does not always have the insight of how it is in life for us. And there are, like Mrs. Shreve said last time in her own testimony, there are new avenues that are urgent, such as indoor pollution, secondhand exposure to drug and smoke. And a legislation is highly necessary to also curb the amount of drug in the building, the indoor cameras, and also the retaliation on people who are witness for the city, work with OAG, have had the courage to sue these big property developers, and the retaliation in the housing code, it does not protect us enough. And so there are many loopholes in the housing code that need attention. And for that, we need to have this communicating bridge with OTA. We are very happy for the law that was promoted by Matt Fruman and written by OTA with you guys, but it's just the top of the iceberg, that it is not retroactive. And I'm still seeing that in my apartment building with Darrow Realty, rent that are from former subsidized rent are still advertised, quote unquote, on the market when they compare the market to buildings that are not rent control, meaning having more amenities, update electricity system, upgrade water pipes, elevator for moving, access for disability, which none of this we have in our building. Meanwhile, for years and years, these people have been buying new buildings in the city and augmenting their investment and portfolio. So if OTA has reduced building budget, it's going to be a huge problem in the city, and the quality of tenant life will be significantly decreased.
Thank you very much. Nikila Smith with the Rhonda Whitaker Streets for Life, DC.
Good morning, young man.
Good morning.
All right. Good afternoon, Councilmember White and members of the committee and residents of the District of Columbia. Since I came to Washington, D.C., I always ask questions. For this testimony, my name is Nikila Smith. Today, I'm speaking for John and Jane Doe, who couldn't make it. John and Jane Doe don't want to end up with a tag on their toe. That's a horrible way to go. No roof over their head, not remembering the bed, not comprehending what's being said. Maybe they couldn't make it in because it's too cold to leave the place that they call home, to have others judge them. Maybe they are depressed. Maybe they are off their meds. Maybe they can't read or write. Maybe if they come and speak with passion, it will be misconstrued as wanting to fight. Maybe they think you want them to have a tag on their toe. Maybe they give up hope and are hopeless. Would this feel like a waste of time? Do they have the right color? I'm a Jane Doe, but you can call me Nikila Smith. If I explain everything that's wrong with this system, would you care about the problems John and Jane Doe are facing? Which way is this going? I'm building up to plead for housing for Jane and John Doe, Jane and John Doe are on my mind. I'm working to put them on yours. Next time you look at your toe, John and Jane Doe, my name is Nikila Smith, John and Jane Doe. AKA John and Jane Doe. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Celine Laura Hernandez with Ketterson. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman White. Good afternoon, members of the community. My name is Selene Lara, and I have been a housing promoter at Carecen, the Central American Research Center, for over 2 years. Through this testimony, I would like to highlight OTA's vital assistance for tenants in the District of Columbia. At Carecen, we receive clients who are suffering from inhumane housing conditions. What strikes me the most is that our clients don't know they have the right to live and rent in healthy, sanitary, and safe conditions, and are often afraid of requesting repairs and exercising their rights. OTA's mission is to inform, educate, protect, and advocate for the most vulnerable in our community. Everyone has the right to fair housing, but unfortunately, that is not always the case. We have referred clients whose housing conditions don't improve after several requests are made to their landlords. Sometimes it just takes a call from the Office of the Tenant Advocate for landlords to start making repairs. As part of their legal branch, OTA provides legal advice and, in some cases, legal representation to tenants who are experiencing eviction, illegal rent increases, illegal withholding of security deposits, and occupancy matters. Now, Imagine losing your home due to a fire. What would you do in a situation like that? Last year, we received a call from a family in Northeast. A fire forced them to evacuate their building. They were given some days at a hotel, but their time at the hotel was about to expire and did not know what to do. We referred them to OTA. OTA inspected the building and determined that the building could not be occupied due to the damage caused by the fire. The family was able to obtain temporary shelter through the temporary emergency housing program provided by OTA for an additional 14 days. Several weeks later, all repairs were completed and the family was able to return to their apartment. This is just one story of many, and more work needs to be done to make sure no families end up on the streets. They were very lucky to have their homes back, but that is not always the case for everyone. In addition to the groundwork that OTA does, they also help create policies and regulations to protect tenants in DC and to give tenants a second chance to obtain housing. Please support OTA's work and provide more funds to help them provide full legal representation for tenants experiencing extreme circumstances. Thank you.
Elizabeth Falcon, welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Elizabeth Falcon, and I'm the Executive Director of DC Jobs with Justice. I'm here to talk about something that will cost DC government $0 to implement in the budget, which is to cap the current allowable rent increase at 5% and to eliminate the 2% additional cost increase that landlords are allowed to charge tenants. Rent control keeps people in their homes, sustains mixed income buildings, and is available for people who are outside the formal economy, including undocumented people who are not able to go through the paperwork and processes that are required to access subsidized housing. What this will increase that is currently going to go on the books unless the council acts on Tuesday would cost every tenant in a rent controlled unit could need to pay as much as the cost of an additional month in rent. Again, their rent essentially would be 13 months for next year if this rent increase is allowed to occur. In DC, the minimum wage only goes up by the cost of living, as do most public benefits. The fact that we allow landlords to take an additional 2%, which obviously is compounded year over year, from DC tenants in order to make their profits is something that has allowed rents to increase beyond the rates that many can afford on an ongoing basis. Rent control is for everyone. It's to keep our neighborhoods diverse. It's to allow for increases that are affordable to and predictable for the people who live in them. An 8.9 increase is neither affordable nor predictable, given that it is the highest rate that the program has ever seen in the history of rent control. To be honest, I'm at this hearing today because I'm hoping to hear from you, council member, about what your plan is as the chair of the Housing Committee to ensure that that change is not allowed to take effect. It's the responsibility of this committee to address urgent and long-term housing needs, and the committee has failed to act quickly to address the highest rent control increase in the history of the program. And so I hope that you will use some of your time to articulate how you plan to address this and to ensure that tenants are not forced to pay a 13th month of rent in the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A few questions for this panel. Rob Leardo, I hear you on making tough decisions about where we spend our money. One of the things that you recommended was delaying bike lanes. For everything we do, there's a trade-off, and you're right, we have to prioritize. Bike lanes are also a safety issue. It's also a transportation issue for some people who don't have cars. So, my immediate sense is that it might be, easier to say delay this and fund other things, but we do have to take into account sort of all aspects of an issue as we're trying to make the most informed decision. But I do agree with the notion we can't do everything, and some things have to be delayed. I appreciate the several testimonies that indicated the potential fallouts if as a result of cuts to the Office of the Tenant Advocate. They play a vitally important role for folks that often don't have a lot of resources, and they are, as Ms. Gill mentioned, able to get responses sometimes that average citizens can't get. So I'm very, very keen to that. I've worked hard to actually cut funding in other parts of the government to expand funding in the Office of the Tenant Advocate in past years. To Nikki Smith, for Jane and John Doe, I do care. And, you know, we're trying to, in the committee I used to chair, which had oversight over contracting, construction, building management, I also often cut money from their budgets to send out of our committee to housing, to violence intervention, to education, to more critical needs. Now that I have a committee that it covers housing, homelessness, and other human services, I think we're in a situation where we need other committees to be saying, hey, what money can we send to these programs for the Office of the Tenant Advocate, for the Housing Production Trust Fund, for the Department of Human Services, which was already short-staffed, and now they're getting a ton of their open employee positions cut. So we are going to need other committees and the council chair to assist us in this work. So I'm working hard to cover those gaps. We are in a different position, me as a committee chair, than I have been in other years. So we're looking at the budgets of other committees and hoping that they can find places to cut to send to help us fill these gaps. Or for Ms. Falcon, I disagree that that I or the committee have failed to act quickly. I can't sort of just say, hey, this is what I want to do and do it. I know that you've been in touch with the Council Budget Office, and they've shared that all proposals will come with a fiscal impact. If it comes with a fiscal impact, we cannot introduce an emergency bill. So what I'm doing is figuring out.
I will say though, it does
give me
seem that
one
some of
moment,
the fiscal
please don't cut me off. I will come to you, I promise. What I'm trying to figure out is of all possible paths, given the multiple paths, come back to me, and we're working with the agency, we're working with the Council Budget Office to understand if we can get around those costs. One question I have for you that I would really appreciate your perspective on, two questions actually. One, taking the 2% increase above CPI, I have not looked into the legislative history on this. Do you know how CPI or CPI plus 2 sort of got to be the measure of rent increase limitations?
So CPI has always been the basis from the initial law. That was the standard when we initially passed rent control as a city. The plus 2% was added in 2008. I don't have any, I was not here then, so I don't have any of the, I don't have any of the discussion or anything on that.
If I could respond to that, I was here and they made it a compromise in the Rent Control Reform Act of 2006, and the landlord agreed in exchange for, I think it was the elimination of rent ceilings. They would get a 2% plus every year, but that they would then revisit it at some point. It was the understanding that it was going to be temporary, and they'd revisit it at some point if it wasn't working out. And then I guess we weren't thinking it's working out because it's such a huge increase compounded, and they have resisted going back to that and revisiting that. That's my knowledge of the story behind that.
I appreciate it. I'll have to continue to dig into the legislative history there. So I appreciate that lead, Rob. Ms. Falcon, do you have any concerns at all about losing small multifamily landlords?
I don't know why. I guess I don't know where that concern is coming from. What I'm concerned about is losing district residents from their homes. Like I don't see any particular reason that we should be concerned about losing small landlords. The city of LA just said every single landlord can't raise the rent more than 3% this year. So like and rent control only covers like buildings that are above 5 units or more. So there's already a class of small landlords that are simply not going to be affected at all.
Okay. Let me share my concern with small landlords in particular. If they sell their buildings, we may permanently lose affordable housing. That will have an impact on people. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, the building is in rent control, so any landlord is only allowed to take the rent control increase. So even if the building is sold, TOPA rights are triggered and the building stays in rent control. If the building is more than 5 units, the rent control stays with the building. We haven't seen huge waves of condo conversions or the other types of things that would take it out of rent control. So the speculation that even if it became untenable for the small landlord, that would lose the affordability of the building is just that's not a one-to-one that we're talking about here.
Okay, I guess I'm more concerned about that than I think you are. I have seen buildings convert to condos, and it always makes, every time I pass one, it makes me wonder what happened to the people who were there. What about the people who could have been there? And it is a concern of mine because it does add to displacement. And I think, a lot of folks say, well, that doesn't really happen, and I can't dismiss it that easily because I have seen it, and it does happen. And I want to make sure whatever we do doesn't ignore the potential negative consequences, because those negative consequences fall most harshly on the people who have the least ability to move a transition. And that's the reason I want to make sure we're doing the right thing, not the thing that sort of sounds best or makes, me or anybody else look the best, but try to figure out the right thing, which is complex.
Well, we're
talking about 90,000 units of rent controlled housing that could cost every tenant in those units the cost of an additional month rent. That seems like the most severe outcome that we could have. Yes, there are constantly buildings being bought and sold in DC. I think it's hard, like I'm not saying that there won't be a few more, there won't be any other negative impacts. But the negative impact of the possibility of 90,000 households that are already, we know they're renters, we know that people who are lower income disproportionately rent. And that like middle to moderate income residents are also facing housing cost burdens in additional to low and extremely low income households, and that a lot of those people are in the open private market because obviously there are barriers to accessing subsidized housing programs. That is a huge cost that just because it's business as usual, and that's it, like if the clock strikes midnight and nothing happens, that's just what's going to happen. I am more concerned about business as usual going forward than the possibility that there could be unintended consequences that hurt some businesses and smaller numbers of tenants.
Not businesses. That's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who live in those units. I'm not talking about
90,000 people are eligible for, are at risk of having to pay a 13 months rent. 90,000.
And I think
nothing
all
else
of us
that you
take
can
that
do
seriously.
is going to hurt 90,000 units.
Yeah, all of us take that seriously. All of us take that seriously.
Well, I'm really ready to see the legislation from your office that you're going to circulate to address this.
Me too.
Why don't we apply an across the board rent limit on rent increases only to larger buildings than like 3% like PG County did, or 5%, but just to larger landlords of those of 5 or 10 units or more.
We agree. And it would depend on how much the building has been taken care of over the years. And also, I would say, Chairman White, is that the displacement happen on people who, I mean, for me, I've been in this situation of paying very low income. I am where I am, but it's not like you come from a middle class family and you start your own little business and it works. So the displacement comes also in my building with a few people in my building who pay. They usually don't stay more than 1 year. They keep moving out. So, and then where they go to Virginia, to PG County. And so what ends up doing is that either way you have some form of displacement and you find yourself with two conflict, which one is the worst, and it's a hard place to be. So I think that focusing on big landlord, so that would avoid the problem that you are mentioning, would be a great idea. I totally support that.
Let me turn to Councilmember Fuhrman for a round of questions.
Thank you very much. I don't so much have questions. It's great to see you, Armando, and
thank you,
Rob and Elizabeth. And I guess I wanna feel Chairman White's pain here because we all are deeply concerned about this. The idea that 90,000 people would see a dramatic rent is very, very troubling. And I am trying to figure out what's the best way to address this that doesn't have unintended consequences. And this idea that, well, just apply it to big buildings, maybe that's the answer. Although in those small buildings, I don't know what the population in those small buildings are, and then those people get hurt worse than people in another place. That's why I was asking the AOBA representative for transparency about what's happening in terms of these buildings. What kinds of returns are these landlords seeing? As you were saying, Armando, what investment are they making in maintenance? How does all of that fit together? And the idea of CPI, CPI is a number that was chosen, and this is not a thing that's going to get solved between now and Tuesday, these kinds of things, but it does, does CPI make sense? Does 2% on top make sense? It's hard to see how that is, but CPI, why would that be the metric? I think we're at a place where we have to do a very broad revisit to our rent stabilization laws. And it's a big pill to swallow to try to do that, and it is a really tricky one to try to grapple with. But I think the kind of perfect storm that we're seeing right now between the cuts to ERAP and the cuts to legal services and the 8.9% increase force us to take a hard look at this and try to figure out how to do this right. And I think that's what you're hearing from me. That's what you're, I think, hearing from Chairman White, that the idea of just apply it to big buildings. Well, maybe that's right, but how on God's earth could I decide between now and Tuesday that that's the right answer? I'd be guessing to say that that's the right answer, and shouldn't be guessing. So I hear the passion and I am desperately afraid of 90,000 people seeing the kind of increase that what they could see, but feel for us that we're trying to figure this out and get it done in a way that'll make sense over the long term.
And Matt, I think there should be more work with the Housing Rental Commission. In other words, because they're not in contact with tenants, and I did call them and they cannot talk to me, it has to be through OTA, is then looking seriously as the loophole in the reality nowadays in 2023 is very different to when most of the housing code was created. I don't find the word security in the housing code. I don't have found the word, they say sanitary. What does it mean? What does safety means? So, and then, how can you do with, there are so many loopholes as a tenant that you go to the end of paying 15,000 to pay a lawyer, and then you get a rent increase on top of that, and your situation don't really change. And because sometimes the judge at the OAH, they don't really understand they see cases every day, but they don't really understand how the housing code is obsolete to what we present to them. So they just try to fit almost like a banana in a cube. And so we're constantly trying to find the cases and mold them to a housing code that doesn't fit. So it's very hard to defend your rights, and still we incur a rent increase.
Yeah, so that's why I'm here all day today. And you commented on the legislation that I recently came forward with, and I'm not trying to pretend that it's the full solution to anything, but I do think it's positive. And I'll tell you one thing that I heard from some landlords, which is that there are some tenants getting subsidized rent where the landlord is reimbursed at the rent stabilized level. There's some that are taking the top level, but there are some where they are getting the rent stabilized level. And then when the landlord turns around and asks for a cost of living increase on those units, the agency either declines or declines by silence. And so you can have units in a building where the rent that's paid essentially by the government is very low. And then you could have a landlord who puts a petition and says, I need to raise the rent by 6% on everybody because I'm not getting my 12% return. Well, part of the reason they're not getting their 12% return is the depressed level that they may be getting on some of their units. So then you have some residents in a building cross-subsidizing the government because it would be the government that was paying that rent. So, we need to untangle this and get it so that it's working, so that we're creating stability and predictability and security for people in their homes, and we're doing it in a way that's fair for everybody. And it's not an easy task, but I think it's a necessary one. So I will stop with that.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman, and I appreciate the robust dialogue here. It just reflects that we all take this very seriously. We're going to figure something out. We have to first know what we can do legally, but we're gonna help people as much as possible. We're going to do everything we can to not have unanticipated consequences on residents a couple of years from now. And we first need to know what we can actually do in emergency under the rules of the council. So we'll continue working with you all. We will continue working as aggressively as humanly possible as we have been. And we're going to do something to help residents because the increase is too high and we have to figure it out, and we will. So thank you all for being part of this hearing and for joining us today. We are now going to turn to our first of three government witnesses, starting with the Chief Tenant Advocate of the District of Columbia, Johanna Shreve. Good afternoon. Let's do a sound check first. Make sure there's no echo.
Got a serious echo.
I wonder why.
I don't know. But it's a big time.
Do you have any other devices up? Is there
No.
just this?
Maybe I should go out and come back in. Let me do that.
Let's try that.
Okay,
All right.
you can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and the echo's gone.
Excellent, excellent. It is the practice of this committee to swear in our government witnesses. So do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Housing Committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks so much. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you, Robert White, Chairman of the committee, and members of this committee. First, let me thank all of the public witnesses that had something very positive to add about the functionality of the Office of the Tenant Advocate. I appreciate you taking time out of your day to attend this hearing today. I am Johanna Shreve, Chief Tenant Advocate at the Office of the Tenant Advocate. And today I will briefly summarize the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2024 budget for the Office of the Tenant Advocate, and I will also briefly discuss the agency's current activities and my vision for its future. As indicated earlier in your introduction, the mayor's total proposed operating budget for the agency is $3,881,431, which does represent a decrease of 17% compared to our approved budget of 23. Local funds account for $3,064,000, or roughly 79% of the total proposed budget, and special purpose revenue funds account for $818,000, or about 21% of the budget. The 24 budget decreases the agency count from our FTEs from 29.3 to 22.3 for a total net loss of 7 full-time employees. The reduction includes a sweep of 5 federally funded temporary positions due to the loss of the federal funding under the American Rescue Plan and 2 locally funded permanent positions. Of the 7 FTE positions we're losing, 4 are in the legal branch and 2 are in my education and outreach, and 1 is in the case management section. I will now discuss the funding and staffing level of each of the agency's 4 branches, and as indicated, and as I do every year, I provide the committee with a chart that shows you how we break down the dollars in the programmatic areas. So there is a chart for 23, the approved budget, and there's one that shows 24. Our administrative services. The proposed funding for administrative services is $897,000, representing 23% of the total proposed FY24 budget and a 7% increase over 23. It consists of 5.3 FTEs, which would remain flat for FY24. This branch is responsible for a variety of management functions, including the following: contract management, customer service, eviction data collection from the U.S. Marshal's Office on a weekly basis, and the posting of this information on our website. The branch also receives single-family dwelling TOPA notices per our statutory mandate and reviews them for technical sufficiency and raises possible legal deficiencies with the general counsel. It also handles employee time reporting, sends rapid response letters to tenants, accounting functions, budgetary development, and monitoring of same. And finally, it coordinates the emergency housing assistance program, including both the temporary housing of tenants displaced by government closures and fires, and the coordination of moving and storing the personal belongings of the affected tenants. A member of our administrative team is currently participating in an eviction diversion working group that includes the Urban Institute, Housing Counseling Service, Legal Aid, DHS, DHCD, and other organizations. The group's discussions include data sharing and possible eviction diversion alternatives in the district. Our administrative team also coordinates our emergency housing program. The proposed FY24 funding for the emergency housing assistance program is $550,000, or 14% of the agency's FY24 budget. In FY22, the program expanded to $568,965 on hotel stays and served 296 families, 192 due to fires and 104 due to government closures. In FY23 to date, the program has thus far expended $334,290, and we have served 159 families, 96 due to fires and 63 due to government closures. And by way of comparison, at this time last year, there's been about a 4.6% increase in our spend down this year. Which means that we may have a spending pressure by the time we get to the third quarter. Our education and outreach. The proposed FY24 funding for E&O represents roughly 7.6% of the total budget, and it is $294,000, which is a 42% decrease compared to 23. This branch currently consists of 4 FTEs. Under the proposed budget, it would be reduced to 2 in FY24. And of the 2 E&O staff positions we are losing due to the loss of federal funding, we have been able to move 1 temporary FTE into a permanent locally funded position. However, without being given 1 additional permanent FTE, we will lose the other federally funded temporary staff member. With this loss of staff, we will not be able to maintain the scope of E&O services that we have been able to achieve in FY23. I would like to speak to that scope of services. E&O is responsible for reaching out to and educating the tenant community about their rights and the resources available to them. Regular presentations include Renters' Rights 101, presentations on TOPA rights, and others. In FY22, the branch participated in 232 events and engaged 4,722 attendees. In FY23 to date, the branch has participated in 123 events and has engaged 1,715 attendees. As the funding history shows, each additional FTE increases our outreach capacity exponentially, allowing us to inform many more tenants about their rights. On average, the branch holds a community event virtually each day of every workday throughout the year. In cold weather, events are generally held on a virtual basis. However, in warmer weather, our intrepid E&O team can be seen at classes, trainings, and listening sessions throughout the district. Generally, E&O attendees also receive informational materials, OTAs, and that of other organizations, which assist them in enforcing their rights. assessing available governmental and non-governmental resources, and we believe not infrequently avoiding an eviction. Legal services. The proposed funding for the legal branch is roughly $1,381,000, representing 36% of the agency's total FY24 budget and a 19% decrease compared to FY23. The legal branch currently consists of 14 FTEs and would be reduced to 10 in FY24. The services provided by this branch include brief legal services for matters that can be resolved with a single phone call, generally within 30 minutes, assisting in the drafting of legal documents such as tenant petitions, writing demand or cease and desist letters to landlords on behalf of the clients, referring clients to outside attorneys and legal service providers, and representing tenants in court when the agency deems it to be a public interest. Since 2013, we have returned over $24 million to tenants, and we add to that total every year. In FY22, as this year's annual report discusses, the legal branch achieved several standout settlements and litigation wins. Policy advocacy. The proposed 24 funding for the policy branch is roughly $439,000 for 3 FTEs, representing 11% of the agency's total FY24 budget and a 5.8% increase compared to FY23. I note that we shifted a recently vacant position in the policy branch to the legal branch. We did this in order to keep on board an attorney advisor who the agency would have otherwise lost due to the loss of federally funded resources. As our annual report discusses in more detail, the OTA's policy branch has helped lead the district towards stronger tenant protections on the legislative, regulatory, and judicial fronts, including authoring and informing tenant protections in public health emergency and subsequent phase-out legislation, promoting strong regulatory protections in the district's housing and property maintenance codes, and informing the judicial and administrative courts about the council's legislative intentions and purposes when deciding matters of statutory and regulatory interpretation. The branch also monitors federal legislation and keeps stakeholders apprised. I'm happy to report with regards to the rent control housing database. I am happy to report that the development of the rental housing database is finally complete. The OTA is currently collaborating with the database vendor to train RAD staff on the operation and maintenance of the database. We are also collaborating with OCP to transfer the vendor's contract to RAD and to effectuate a seamless transition of ownership to RAD. We expect RAD to take possession of the database in the upcoming months, thereby completing OTA's statutorily mandated obligations to design and develop the database. Where is the agency headed and its future needs? Education and outreach staffing. We would request that the council give serious consideration to assisting us in retaining 1 FTE in the E&O branch so that we can continue to assist tenants through the E&O branch who live in the most underserved areas, which has been of a great benefit to the tenant community as the agency's outreach has expanded exponentially. Annual shortfalls in the Emergency Housing Assistance Program. The Emergency Housing Assistance Program regularly runs out of funding by the 3rd quarter of each year. And as a result, the OTA will begin putting together a greater focus on ensuring that landlords pay back to the agency costs in providing emergency housing, pursuant to the OTA's statutory lien authority and the interagency collaborations. We will specifically focus on obtaining repayment for emergency housing due to Department of Building closures. Where the owner faults due to code violations is apparent from the outset. In cases of fire, the time it takes for FEMS to produce a report as to causation prevents us from billing the property owner up front. I would add that I strongly recommend that the council consider increasing the OTA's authority to provide emergency housing from 30 days per family to 6 months per family. This would cover all EHAP scenarios to date, including occasional outliers, such as the experience we had following the September 2018 fire at Arthur Capper Senior Public Housing, which displaced 162 tenants. I note in that instance, the OTA worked with a variety of agencies in a joint effort to recoup interagency costs. Office relocation, which is anticipated in FY24. The Department of General Services has informed us that we will be relocated to 899 North Capitol Street in the third quarter of 2024. We face certain unknowns. Will we have to pay rent or utilities? Will employee parking cost more? Will we have additional financial obligations such as security? What we do know is that there will be new operational costs associated with adjusting public materials, including marketing materials, business cards, stationaries to reflect our new location. We also anticipate that tenants' ability to call our main intake line, which is a landline, will be disrupted during the process of the move. Monitoring of rent increases in rent control housing. Regarding our concerns about the anticipated rent increase activity across the district, we have started discussing with the rent administrator how best to develop a monitoring process. Based upon the committee's relevant inquiry and the pre-hearing questions, we would suggest that the rent control housing database may have the potential to achieve this. However, we believe additional functionality after the transfer to RED will be necessary. This concludes my testimony. Thank you again, Chairperson White, for this opportunity to testify about the agency's budget for FY24. I welcome any questions from you and other members if you have them.
Thank you so much. I am excited about this update on the rental housing database.
You think you're excited? Yeah, we are very, very happy that we've reached a certain level of, I might add, and let me be very blunt, we still don't have the data that we need from Department of Buildings. But the rent administrator has indicated to me that she is ready to accept the system. Training has ensued for she and her staff. I believe that we've gone as far as we can. We're at the door, but there's still some tap dancing to be done. But the rent administrator working along with Amir Zadegi at my staff, who served not only as the contract administrator, but he's also senior supervisory attorney in our legal division. We've done the best we could given the circumstances involved, and I'm happy that they are ready to take over and they have new IT staff who's working with them at DHCD. So I'm very comforted that they have the expertise they need to try and fix any hiccups that may arise.
And what information are you lacking from Department of Buildings?
Basic business license data and other components. We have a formal quarterly report for you, which we will forward to you tomorrow. That will give you a breakdown on everything that has been done and what's still outstanding.
Okay. So I have a question about vital programs, but there's one you mentioned in your testimony that I just want to clarify. You had suggested increasing OTA's authority to provide emergency housing from 30 days per family to 6 months.
Why?
What program funds this emergency housing?
That's the same program. We ended up receiving additional funding from the mayor's office, actually, that program. And the reason I've asked for the expansion of the time is because in the case of the Arthur Capper property, it took us 5 months to rehouse all of those individuals. And our existing authority at that time only allowed us to recapture 30 days of cost from the housing provider. And so by giving me more time on the side of where the costs are incurred, you give me the ability to go after them for the full cost of reimbursement as opposed to just 30 days.
Okay. And so what are some of the programs as we are entering into a difficult time with respect to our budget and our economy? What are some of the programs that you feel are most important to maintain or improve at this moment?
Within the Office of the Tenant Advocate?
Within the Office of the Tenant Advocate, will that impact your work?
The Education and Outreach division of the branch of our office is critically important. They are the ones on the ground. They're the ones out there in the field. And 4 people is not enough, but we've been living with 4, and they've done a stupendous job. The loss of one of those positions is going to take us down. And in the areas of the underserved areas of the city in particular, where we've been spending a lot of time in wards 6, 7, and 8, as well as you heard from the representative from Crescent, we are working very closely with them also in the Adams Morgan area, where we definitely have been making a new impact. So the loss of one person in that particular branch is going to be a nightmare. Recognizing 2 things. We have 240 days that we work each year. And if you notice, we reported to you that we did 232 events. So there's only 7 days out of the entire year that we weren't on the ground. And the amount of work that's needed, it's just amazing to me, the amount of work that's needed to go into the community and work with the tenant communities who are so vulnerable and do not have a grasp on what their legal rights are. As much as we do, there's always more to do. And so to see that impacted the way it has been without consideration, to me is going to have an immeasurable impact on how we do our job in the future.
Other programs like the Emergency Rental Assistance Fund or other programs, do you see cuts in other parts of the budget having an impact on your caseload?
The emergency housing program budget was not cut. It's flat. It's the same as it's always been.
No, I'm sorry. The Emergency Rental Assistance Program. This is outside of your agency.
Oh, you mean, the ERAP program.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. We're going to see a lot of eviction activities going on. If in fact the legal community does not have the ability to really represent those tenants because of outstanding other issues, there will be a lot of people that will lose their homes. And the conversations that I've listened to this morning from representatives from across the community with regards to encouraging the committee to consider a cap on rent increases, I would encourage the committee to consider elimination of the 2%. First and foremost, if you need to have a computation analysis provided to your office with respects to how that compound 2% has impacted since 2006, I will have Tom Gregory, who's associated with Rob Liardo, who is an economist, used to teach at Catholic University, to forward to you what I receive from him all the time. It's very clear that it compounds the cost of housing across 20 years. With regards to a cap on the existing CPI, I think that it would be in the council's best interest to do so. Your colleagues in Montgomery County just put a 3% cap. Your colleagues in Prince George's has put a 3% cap. their living costs may be as high as ours, but if not, anywhere between 3 and 5%, I think is reasonable for 1 year to look at how can we better right size the needs of affordability in terms of rents, where we're balancing for both the housing providers as well as our tenant communities, the reality that costs are increasing. I saw something on Twitter this morning where one individual talked about the increases in insurance and utilities and all of these other factors on the side of the operational cost. But I do believe that, as I had indicated to you, I don't have enough hard data to tell you how many rent increases have been filed with the rent administrator who I did talk to. We are working on an ability to provide you with at least some manual analysis after this next quarter that shows you where that has gone. We are looking
why
at,
is it?
I'm
Why
sorry, go
don't you
ahead.
have the number of filed rent increases? Is this difficult to track?
That's the rent increases are filed with the rent administrator, not with our office. So they would be the ones to provide you. They could be the ones to provide you with that. And as we indicated, as they upgrade the functionalities of the database, they could probably add it onto that and just input it and spit out a report.
Are there any trends in eviction data that you want to flag for our attention?
No, not today.
Okay.
We have a report that we do every week. If you would like us to start sending you a copy of the report will show you the number of evictions that were initiated, the number of evictions that were actually carried out, the numbers that were canceled due to either management and or the court. We can give you that every week.
That'd be great. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Excellent. And I was just mentioning ERAP, which had in it 40 emergency rental assistance program. This is one-time funding to help people who have fallen behind in their rent. This program was funded at $43 million this year. It ran out halfway through the fiscal year. The mayor's budget proposal has it at $8 million for next year. Do you have thoughts on the mayor's prediction that we're going to return to pre-pandemic levels of need for ERAP in the next few months?
No. I don't know what that optimism is. With the inflationary economy, I believe you're going to see more people evicted. And it's not necessarily all at 30%.
Right.
We fail to look at people from 60 to 100% of the area median income in our area where rents are extremely high. And I believe that a cap is necessary. What Elizabeth said about the calculation of 13 months rent is true. And it doesn't matter what level of rent you're dealing with. So there is a reason for us to have caution on, I think the precipitous drop from 43 million to 8 is truly optimistic. It may very well meet other priorities that the administration has, but in terms of the reality of the people that live in the district, I think 15 million, half, if you did half, that might have been more reasonable than to say 43, to say from 43 to 8.
Right.
That drop was really significant, but maybe there's no choice. I'm not, not the budget director, so I don't know how that decision was made, but I think from the reality of what we know, people are not making any more money and won't be unless we do something drastically different.
Yeah.
Also, I do believe that the committee should consider having discussions with the Washington Conservancy, who I've had one light discussion with, and it does appear that they're very interested in coming in and dealing with affordability by purchasing properties in the city. That I know that they're doing it in Virginia and in Maryland. And if there needs to be some considerations of TOPA exemption in order to do this. I think it is absolutely something that the council should give very, very serious consideration to, because naturally occurring housing and naturally occurring small properties that we are seeing being picked up and put into condos is not necessarily what I think we had predicted. And as I have mentioned to you, when you envision what we are to look like in the next decade, is it all condos? I don't think so. I think we do want to have affordable housing for the people that need it.
I think that's right. I've had some conversations more in passing with the Housing Conservancy about why they're doing more projects in Maryland and Virginia. It came down to TOPA. I've spoken to Amazon housing folks, similar issue, and the question of whether we carve out within TOPA an exemption for long-term affordability. So keeping buildings as affordable for a long period of time, as opposed to converting them to condos, to the benefit of really only the people who are currently there, but losing that affordable housing permanently is something that we have to discuss. So it is something on my radar for the committee to sort through. Let me see if my colleague, Councilmember Fruman, has any questions before I continue.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. I do have some questions, but first I want to say thank you, Chief Advocate Shreve, for your help on the legislation that we worked on recently on rent stabilization and subsidized housing. One question on that, I don't know if you were listening before, where I recounted something that I was told by at least one building owner, which is that they might have rents, that they may have folks on subsidized housing in a rent stabilized building and charge the rent stabilized rate, which is then effectively paid by the city and federal government. And then when they apply for cost of living increases, DCHA either declines them or declines by inaction. Is that a phenomenon that you're familiar with at all?
No, sir, I'm not familiar with that. I would imagine that the federal program requires them to respond to a request for increase, unlike the District of Columbia that has what I call the automatic rent increase. You show proof of need on the federal side, and the reason that happened is because a long time ago, Section 8 was just like our rent increase. It was automatic. You didn't have to do anything. And they got to a point where they exceeded market. And so the mark-to-market program came in, LIPRA came in, because they had to right size the amount of money they were spending on Section 8. And I think with public housing, when an owner has a HAP contract, his HAP contract is the contract that tells him exactly how he can apply for an operational increase. So maybe they didn't give you all of the information. We'd have to look at what their HAP contract deal was to see. And of course, I guess there's variations to understanding why they got no response. That to me is not federal government, the way they do business.
And maybe I misunderstood, but it's interesting what you're suggesting, because this goes to a thing that I've been grappling with, the automatic CPI increases and the automatic 2%, and how that's justified. And you've made your point about the 2% already, and you've made your point about the 8.9% this year. But it sounds like on the federal side that that's contingent on need, as opposed to.
That's exactly correct. It used to be like this. It used to be you had the right to increase. But HUD found out after doing it for 20 years that they were paying through the nose as well. Their rents exceeded market in many areas of the country. So they created the mark-to-market legislation, and everybody was rolled back to get into line with the market. I don't think that even in the district, I think that's part of our problem. Why should somebody just get a rent increase automatically? Why shouldn't they have to provide information to us to justify the need for the rent increase?
And the need for the rent increase, I mean, it could just be mark to market, but is part of that analysis of the need for the rent increase an evaluation of the return that the building owner is receiving?
That's exactly correct. It is on return. If expense exceeds income, that's when you can justify a rent increase. I mean, it's like what we do with hardship petitions here. But, you know, I have a thing about capital improvements. I think we should have replacement reserves in place. So you don't have a capital improvement petition. But for the rent increase, I really do think that the city needs to seriously consider stopping automatic rent increases. You don't, you know, just because somebody submits it doesn't mean that they're entitled to it.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at, because I'm new to this, and you've been helpful to me already, and I look forward to you being helpful in the future. But yeah, I was asking earlier about where there's a hardship petition to get up to a 12% rate of return, and I don't want to defend necessarily a 12% rate of return, but you have a guarantee to be lifted up to that. But what happens if you're at a 25% rate of return, and then you're automatically still getting a rent increase? I mean, that's how it operates. Is that right?
Well, that's the way yes, that's the way it works. Not in the same year. You can only get one increase.
Right.
But the 12% is a question that needs to be debated by the city council too. Because I could not find anything in committee reports that told me how they justify 12%. You don't get it in the stock market. And why do you don't get it in tax credit deals? How do you get 12%? I don't know where 12% comes from. And that needs to be fixed. And
I want to be excited about your well actually, before I move to that, and your offhand comment about capital reserves. I mean, a different thing that you're once constantly hearing about in these buildings is deteriorating maintenance. There's a lot of good landlords out there, so I don't want to be, paint with too broad of a brush. But there are buildings where there's lots of concerns about maintenance, and how is that and the capital reserve built into the 12% rate of return, and how would you build it in if you were analyzing whether or not a landlord should be entitled to a rent increase? Was your suggestion that there should be some sort of requirement of a reserve for?
There is a formula. You can look at the federal side, and they have a formula that they use for rent increases, that you use to develop what the rent increase, justification for a rent increase. This is not new history. This has been going on for a good piece of time. So I think looking at what the federal government came to realize at some point they had to change is a good historical backdrop to saying, okay, we've done this, just as they require a replacement reserve account, just as in all good operative buildings, they have a preventative maintenance plan. They do a capital replacement study. So that tells you how much money you have to put to the side in order to meet replacing the roof, replacing the carpet, putting in new appliances every, X number of years, painting the unit. This is a real big one in this city where units do not get painted, and there's no law that requires it, and there really shouldn't be a law to require it. There should be preventative maintenance plans in place so that you are painting your units. I was at a property at 4100 Georgia Avenue several weeks ago for a meeting. And when I got there, I was early. Here's 3 guys sitting in the community room waiting. And now these 3 gentlemen tell me about how long they've lived in the building. The building was bought by a new owner. He said, I've been here 13 years and nobody even talked about painting my unit. To me, these kinds of things should not be a conversation that a tenant who's paying their rent needs to have. The property management firm and the owners of those new properties should come to our city with the highest class of respect for the people that live in our units. And they should be willing to update, somebody who's 67, been living in their unit for 20 years. Yeah, you paint their unit, So we have all of these sort of things going on throughout the city. I attend a lot of meetings myself and listen to what the community has to say. And it's sad. It's sad to me.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just had a little something in my throat. But am I to understand, the way I'm hearing you is that at the federal government level, the kinds of things that you're talking about are required. But at the district level, we're not mirroring that or coming up with similar kinds of requirements through these
No.
programs.
We have not.
We have not. And there's a natural place to go look for the models. Are there other places around the country that you're aware of that that follow the federal government model when they're doing rent stabilization?
You're going to talk to one of those directors with the Housing Finance Agency. He is a funder. He can tell you what their requirements are. I mean, we all have standards that require quality, safe, decent housing for the people who are the most vulnerable and who can't fight for themselves. That's what these programs are all about. This is what we've been fighting for the last 30 and 40 years. And people who administer the programs, and you will hear from that director shortly, he will talk about the plans that they have, the buildings that they have financed, and the continuous monitoring that's required on the part of the Housing Finance Agency over the dollars that they invest in any community. These are things that are not new. These are fundamental to affordability. Anything that you see from the president's most recent blue paper on making sure that we have affordable housing in our communities. These things are not new, they're old. And we are charged as your public servants with administering the programs to the best of our ability to ensure that we are ensuring that people have decent, safe, and affordable housing. I think that that's critical. We need to ensure that our philosophies impart and enhance a piece that talks about taking care of our aging neighbors. There's all of these things that I believe are the principles and the tenets on how we get to where we go. That's why the Office of the Tenant Advocate is strong on these particular areas, and we monitor both federal, local legislation on all fronts. We try to make sure that we're not asking this council to do anything that's not being done in their neighbor jurisdictions.
So just one last thing, just to make sure that I understand, because you said we're charged with doing these things and making sure that there's the kinds of reserves that you're talking about, that buildings are maintained. But the legal framework today doesn't include the same elements that would mandate those things the way it does at the federal level and other local jurisdictions.
That is correct.
All right, really, thank you very much for your testimony. I'm assuming you're going to do another round, Chairman White, because I have more questions that I might ask if I had another round.
Okay, you will, Chairman, Councilmember Froman. Director, the Budget Support Act introduced last week creates authority for a land purchase and leaseback program. Doesn't fund it, but it does create authority for this program where we would acquire housing and lease it back out with moderate income affordability covenants. Are there any additional strings that you would attach to this program to make sure it meets our housing needs?
I haven't read it, so I have to withhold any comments today. I will be happy to respond to you by Monday of this coming week with comments with regards to that legislation. I just pulled it down last night, so I haven't had a chance to delve into it.
I appreciate that. I look forward to your thoughts then next week.
Cash for covenants is also in there too, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, we did opine with DACD regarding that particular bill. We were concerned that it would take rent stabilized housing out of the program, and we emphasized very strongly that we did not want to see that occur by allowing the cash for covenant program. So I think that one needs a little bit more massaging.
Do you have concerns with that program? Do you have concerns with that program other than the rent control aspect?
Not at this time. It's sort of vague. It doesn't give a lot of program details. It's just, I think it was the conceptual piece that they were introducing. Procedurally, I don't know how it was going to work and who was going to administer it. You know, the devil is always in the details in terms of the projects and the contracts that would be associated between the housing provider and whoever is administering the program.
Okay, this was my program. I've been pushing them to implement it. I got it in the budget, I think now 2 years ago, and was hopeful that they would sort of use it and do a proof of concept, but unfortunately has not been used yet. I share the concern about rent control units, but I would like to see them use this program. So one of your recommendations during our last hearing was that the district establish a program where the government would subsidize building upgrades to improve living conditions, and we'd secure affordability covenants in return. Do you think that would be a good addition to this year's Budget Support Act, or do you think we need to do some work on the legislative end to firm up that program before we think about moving it forward?
Well, it depends on what, is it a loan or is it a grant? I mean, it depends on the type of upgrade you would provide. I guess it wouldn't matter really to me whether it was a grant or a loan, because I think the covenant at the end of the day is the assurance to the city that we've secured additional affordable units. And I think for some of the smaller landlords, it probably would be a lifesaver by giving them financial support to upgrade, to meet green standards, and to ensure that the tenants are, you know, taken care of, and you don't have leaks in the roof and then falling ceilings and, you know, all of the stuff that can happen. By doing that, we upgrade the property, which means the value becomes higher in some instances, depending on location. But it would be definitely a good starting program. The preservation program that was recommended during the preservation strike force that I served on with Councilmember Bonds and Silverman at that time, we were all for that particular proposal, and I haven't seen it really get off the ground where I thought it was an easy something to do. But it's something that's desperately needed, and it's one of the concerns that I've discussed. Well, I'm jumping ahead of myself, but in terms of the whole over emergency housing program, it concerns me that we have so many fires. Don't know why. So we are going to be working closer to FEMS to determine, hopefully by the end of a year, what were the causes of the fires. With regards to the closures, as I've indicated as a new initiative under my leadership, we are going to begin to bill housing providers for the cost of hotel stays when we know that inhabitability is the cause of the closure. That means that they are violating the lease terms, and to give you an example, as we indicated in today's testimony, there are 63 closings as of today. If I make the assumption that we pay $3,000 for each one of those families, okay? If I went after them to collect the money at $3,000 per family, I could realize $189,000 return. That means that if I ran out of money, I now have funds, because we do have a revolving loan fund that's associated with our statutory lien authority. Those funds go into that revolving loan fund. And now, rather than having to go ask the budget office, do you have any money to help us keep the program open? We've got funds in the till so we can continue to operate emergency housing for the city. By having the conversation with FEMS on why the fires occurred may also give us an indication of where they occurred, what types of property were involved, were they older properties that needed some kind of upgrade? And now that information can be filtered to the individual agency running the preservation program, who can then reach out and provide a grant. Let's say if you're an older couple and you're 70 years old, you don't want a loan, we can give you a grant, but in return, you agree to allow this property to stay in with the covenant. So even if it's sold, whoever purchases it buys it with the covenant for affordability. So there's a way. I'm sorry.
What happens when the fire is in a property that's owned? I had family that lost their home to fire several months ago in DC. I have no idea what program they use, but can this program be used for people who own their homes and they have a fire?
No, this would only be for rental properties.
Okay. And where do people go? Where do they stay generally?
They stay in hotels.
In hotels. Okay.
Unless they have renter's insurance.
Okay.
And then they're in hotels through the renter's insurance. But normally we put everybody in hotels. The only reason that we're going to focus on the closures as opposed to the fires is because the causation issue, the fire investigations take a lot longer to come to fruition. Whereas
Right.
with the closures, you pretty know on the front end when Department of Buildings has closed that facility, you know that it's because they have violated building codes and people
Yeah.
cannot live in it. So once that happens, we can build those individuals back. There is a process, putting the overall administrative part of that in place, but it gets us to a place where we believe some legislation to help enforce that would be critical, because when we have tried to tell the housing provider that they must pay, they say, well, there's nothing that is in the law that tells me I need to pay. So if we can eliminate that conversation, they know that they are, on the tag for the
Got
money.
it. Let me move. I got two other questions that I need to get through in this round. For looking at your proposed budget, table 4 of your budget chapter, looks like the programmatic activity with the biggest cut is in-house legal representation, which is slated at this point to lose $336,000. How does that proposed cut affect your plans for next year?
How does it affect our proposed plans?
Yes.
It means that there will be less, let's see, they decreased it. They took money out of our conference and fees. They reduced our membership dues. They left Westlaw alone, and we're glad, because that's a contract we don't have control over. And postage, I'm concerned, well, they gave me more money for postage. So in terms of how it's going to affect us, the hotline is going to be fine. The in-house legal representation, we've lost 2 lawyers. We've lost 2 lawyers.
That's 2 out of how many?
2 out of 10.
Ooh.
We have 14 now. They're knocking me down to 10. Okay.
And what
and you see what that doesn't show you is that's got case management people in there. It's not just legal. It's I've got case managers. We're losing. We need one of the lawyers back, and we definitely need, as I had indicated to you by phone, I've got to have that education and outreach person back.
Yeah.
It's killing. That's going to kill me. That's going to really kill me. I really need that person back. This is critical for our area.
Is this position vacant now? The outreach
No, sir.
person?
No.
Okay.
You met that person.
Okay.
You talked to that person.
Okay, I remember that. Okay.
You know who I'm talking about now?
I do.
Yes. That's the position I'm talking about.
Okay.
Okay. It's critical.
Yeah. So the Education Institute, is that the position we're talking about now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just want to make sure.
And you see, I had put in for 3 new lawyers because we wanted to set up our litigation division. So litigation will just be sitting on the side because all we will be able to continue to do is brief services because one of the attorneys is also our FOIA officer. I mean, we are really small in the demands required from all government agencies. Many people wear more than one hat. My chief of staff is the administrator of the emergency housing program. She does this outstanding job. So she's doing that. She does the accounting. We have one other person, Cynthia Hauser, who deals with all of the eviction materials, all the rapid response, all the TOPA information, and anything else that I assign to her. We wear multiple hats, all of us, in order to make sure that the job is done every day. And so it's any loss is a major loss for us, particularly on the PS side. But understanding the city and what the city's needs are, we work with what we can. But the loss of that one position, I was able to find a place for one of the E&O people. I just need that one. Funded.
Councilmember Fruman, final round.
Thank you very much. I wanted to go to questions about the database. I see the references to the database being essentially complete, and I'm curious what's in the database? What kind of information is?
There's nothing in it now. It meets the prescribed statutory elements that we were responsible for putting into the design. What I can do, Councilmember Furman, is to have a series of our quarterly reports that we submit to the Housing Committee forwarded to your attention. We can have that done tomorrow. So you'll have a list of everything that the system is supposed to do.
But it doesn't have the information.
There's no information in the system at this point. We were completing the design phase of it. So once we turn it over to the rent administrator, they will be responsible for sending out the notices to the housing providers that they will have to re-register into the new database.
I see. So, okay. Yeah, if you, and the quarterly reports will show me what it is that it's going to be in there.
That it will show you exactly what we've done, what was done, the design, and then any questions you have, I can have Amir Sadeghi of my staff, who served as contract administrator for this project, talk to you and answer any questions you have.
And then once the database is populated, who has access to it?
There's a public portal, and the other portal, which is private, is for the housing providers to input the data that they would normally submit by postal service, or however the rent administrator asks for it now. But this is to upgrade and to update so that everything is electronic. And it's not just for rent control, it's for all housing projects have to, all housing developments in the city must register. So for the first time, we would have every housing development in the city in one place. We would know how many there were, and then from that, we would be able to determine the number of rent control, rent stabilized housing units in the city also. No more guessing.
No more guessing. And
no more guessing.
Will it have an indication of what's being charged for each of those units?
I think base rent is one of the issues. It also does, for those that are on rent control, it will do the return on investment analysis with regards to hardships. They will have to post that into the system. It's been a while since I've looked at all of the requirements, but we can send you the explicit bill, and I know that Joel is watching, so I will have him forward to your office the original legislation that shows you exactly all of the fields that were required in the design.
All right. Well, really appreciate it. I'm excited about it, but I just want to know how excited I need to be. So when I look up material, I'll know.
Okay.
Chairman White, that was all I had at this point, but thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have. Director Shreve, I want to thank you for being with us, and we look forward to working with you and your team throughout the rest of the budget process.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Have a good day.
You too. And we will turn to our second government witness, Chief Judge Lisa Gregory of the Rental Housing Commission. Judge Gregory, welcome. Let me ask that you raise your right hand. You know, it's the practice of this committee to swear in our government witnesses. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Housing Committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Should I begin?
You can be, yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the Committee on Housing. I am Lisa Gregory, Interim Chairperson and Chief Administrative Judge to the Rental Housing Commission. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to testify regarding the Commission's budget for fiscal year 2024. I want to start by thanking Mayor Bowser for her continued support for the Commission in her proposed FY24 budget. And thank you, Chairperson White, for holding this hearing and for your and the committee's continued support for the Commission. As you know, the Rental Housing Commission is a small independent agency established by the Rental Housing Act of 1985. The 3 members of the commission are appointed as administrative judges by the mayor with the advice and consent of the council. In addition to the 3 members, the commission has 6 more full-time equivalent staff positions for a total of 9 FTEs at the agency. The mayor's proposed FY24 budget keeps the commission's budget essentially the same as FY23 at just over $1.37 million. 95% of the commission's budget is expended on personnel services. Other costs like information technology, equipment, training, and MOUs with other agencies are all in direct support of the commission and the staff performing our duties. The FY24 RHC budget includes a one-time increase of $30,000 to develop and publish a request for information for a state-of-the-art integrated case management system. An integrated system will improve services to constituents and the general public by providing web access services, including a case search platform and electronic case filing for attorneys and self-represented litigants. This budget also includes a variety of smaller adjustments in non-personnel services to reflect changing needs for office supplies and information technology equipment, such as the removal of a one-time cost from FY23. We're appreciative of the mayor's support as we work to improve our web services. In sum, this budget will allow the commission to continue to perform all of its functions. The commission looks forward to continuing the progress it has made and promptly resolving cases and keeping the regulations up to date. Thank you all for the opportunity to testify today. This concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And we know, Mr. Mayor, I don't think you introduced him. So if you would, for the record, I'd appreciate it.
Dan Mayer, General Counsel at the Rental Housing Commission.
Thank you very much. So the proposed budget for next year is about 1.4% higher than this year's budget. That doesn't keep pace with inflation, especially with the pace of inflation we've been seeing. Are you worried about any reductions in your buying power for goods and services?
No, Chairperson White, not at this time. The things that have been impacted are postage, but we are communicating with lawyers and everyone else via electronic service these days. There is a, it kind of wipes out our tuition and training budget for the year. But, we understand that we're all in this together. So everyone has to kind of make some adjustments. And then lastly, the IT hardware acquisitions is impacted. But we kind of spent FY this year acquiring new equipment. So we don't think that we will feel that impact next fiscal year. The new judge coming in, we have laptops for her. We have what we need for the current staff. So I don't think at this juncture we're concerned.
Also, due to the high inflation rates, landlords with rent stabilized units can impose higher rent increases. This year could be as high as 8.9%, starting in May. Do you anticipate that the increases in stabilized rent charges will have any effect on the flow of cases that come before RHC?
Not necessarily, not directly. The process is kind of a long one before it hits the commission of, you have a rent increase. Tenants have up to 3 years to challenge rent increases under the statute of limitations. So anywhere in that time, somebody could file a tenant petition. The amount of time it takes to get a hearing at OAH and get a judgment out of OAH on it before then that could be appealed to the commission. Really depends how many issues there are. If it's just one rent increase. I think we've had a somewhat slower caseload the last couple of years because there was a rent freeze out of COVID. So probably fewer petitions getting filed in that period, fewer things to filter up to the commission. Certainly, anytime there's a higher rent increase, tenants are going to feel the pain a little bit more. So that may motivate more people to challenge the rent increase. So possibly, hard to tie it directly to any percent of CPI results in any percent increase in cases filed.
Yeah, if I can also add that, it's a legal rent increase. And so, lots of times tenants are putting forward a petition to say that there's an illegal, there's something about the property. It's not properly registered, or the conditions of the property are not meeting the code. And so a lot of the petitions that we see are, again, triggered by something that is illegal or improper. And so I can't quite say right now that what the housing providers are, automatically entitled to each year triggers tenants to then file a petition.
That's right. I mean, it could be, if there's housing code violations in a building, it's illegal to raise the rent under rent control, period. You could make it a 2% increase or a 9% increase. Either would be illegal if they have housing code violations.
Or something improper about notice or something like that, but not just the number is extremely high, therefore they can file a tenant petition.
Okay. In February, you indicated that there was a backlog of 15 cases on which the RHC had held hearings but not issued decisions. What is that number now?
We got 2 more out, right? Yeah, so we got 2 more decisions out that were part of that 15. there was one new hearing that was held, and that one is don't want to comment on the particulars of that one. But I would think it's either 13 or 14.
But two of those got out. There may be.
And yeah, so one also has now just yesterday or the other day a motion for reconsideration of the commission's decision. So decision was issued, but the case is still pending. The kind of the complications that happen in any given case.
Right now you have 9 full-time employees. The proposed budget would keep you at that staffing level. The Schedule A that you provided in response to pre-hearing questions for today indicates that RHC has 8 filled positions and 1 vacant and 1 frozen. But based on the hired dates column, I think that the version of the Schedule A that we got doesn't include the newly confirmed administrative judge, Toya Carmichael. Is that right?
So when our response reflects 9 FTEs, it includes the new judge's position. So that's in the count. And I can also say that that count includes the acting chief of staff. And at this moment in time, we only have funding for that position through the end of the fiscal year. So we don't have funding for the chief of staff position for FY24. So October 1, there's a chance we have 8 FTEs.
Okay.
That is a new judge that's coming.
So what are you planning to do with the chief of staff position in next fiscal year if there are no additional FTEs funded?
So the dictates were driven by budget, right? So we put in a budget enhancement request for a chief of staff position. And most recently we learned that enhancement request was not granted. And so, like I said, we have a chief of staff position and we have funding that will go until September 30th. And unless something happens after that, we will not have the chief of staff position.
You have no vacancies right now?
We have vacancies, but they don't have funding. So we we have vacancies, but they don't have funding.
Okay. I see 9 FTEs in your budget. You're saying 8. Do you know where the discrepancy is coming from?
I think we had 2 kind of vacant positions. One was for a special assistant, and one was for like a program analyst,
program specialist,
program
is that
specialist,
the title?
right? So neither of those have funding. It has been my effort to try to take one of those, convert it into a chief of staff position. And I have, as far as I've gotten, is to find funding for the rest of the fiscal year.
Okay.
With the support of the budget director and the mayor. So at this point, I'm looking for good solutions, but I don't have any more information to share about that. We put in a formal request, and based on the current climate, they weren't able to grant it right now.
Sure. Has your office been involved at all with the rent control database development?
A couple of us have had conversations or been on meetings a while back with OTA and RAD in the kind of midway development phase, just kind of look at things and see, is this making sense? Is this looking like it's going to be legally sufficient, but not directly since then.
And what's the status of your effort to finalize rules implementing the Eviction Record Sealing Authority and Fairness in Renting Amendment Act of 2022?
I think that's going to be one of our next priorities coming up here in the next month or so. I think we want to have some stakeholder conversations based on the comments that were submitted, working, not just with the public, but with the other agencies that are involved. The Office of Human Rights has a role to play in this. We might want to talk to them about some of it, bring in RAD. I think some of the comments raised questions about, sort of what forms are out there or will be required for some of the notice aspects of tenant screening requirements. So I think we want to kind of get everyone together, talk through a few of the particulars, and lock down those details in the next month or so. That may or may not result in a second notice of proposed rulemaking. When you make changes to a prior notice, you have to go through notice of comment again. Or if everyone thinks there's just minor tweaks that can happen, we can go straight to final rules. Then it may be a little faster.
But you plan to get moving on that in the next month or two. And okay. How about your plain language guidance document for pro se litigants and small landlords? I think we discussed this in the oversight hearing. How's that moving?
It is something we intend to do. We have not begun that at this juncture. The general counsel really takes the lead on that. And we've just had a baby. So we are going to be getting to that shortly.
I know this is something also, RAD has also been working on updating one of their documents, and we did have some input for them on that process. And kudos to them for a lot of work on explaining these things in as simple a way as possible. It's tough to get these high-level legal concepts into plain language. That was a more general document on tenant rights that they were working on, some of which I think would inform what would go into something that we might publish. I think we're going to focus more on our process as part of it. But I think they've presented a good model of how to simplify the language on things.
Right. It is another one of those projects or efforts that, I've articulated previously, but I would articulate again now that makes sense if I had a chief of staff to support the general counsel and the other judges as we are moving forward with these kinds of efforts. When we are trying to move those cases forward, there's a certain kind of effort and focus that has to be done there, but there's a certain kind of responsibility that I could share with the chief of staff that would involve the impact, who our stakeholders are in both internal and external, and working on the commission's vision and how to move that forward. Those are the kinds of things, the high level things that the chief of staff position would support. Not to say I'm not getting it done. We are working on it. We will get it done irrespective of what happens, but just to kind of share with you my thinking about the leadership of running the agency and how impactful we can be, how much we can engage in these conversations related to the impact of the CPI, what have you, versus moving cases and dealing with the four corners of the document and the appeals that are before us. So just putting that up there.
Let me see if my colleague, Councilmember Fruman, has questions.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. I stepped away to digest with my staff all the other testimony that we just heard and just came back. So I apologize, and I'll be listening in going forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. So So where's most of the agency's time spent day to day? How does the workload of the day generally break down?
So most of the, again, let's say 8 employees. We have a clerk of the court that's dealing with, motions and matters that are coming in, records that are coming from below. The general counsel, the current sitting judge, myself, the attorney advisor are all working actively on, if we're not sitting for a hearing, we're working on writing decisions and sharing those decisions. We have one additional employee that is working on mediating matters. And then we have an administrative person that deals with the front office. So I don't know what percentage that is, but most of us all day are working on cases.
What about the cases that you all handle impact your rate of getting cases out? So we've had in previous committees oversight over the Contract Appeals Board, Office of Administrative Hearings. The pace of getting cases out the door is different for each body. RHC doesn't move a lot of cases. Why is that? Help us outside the agency understand.
Do you want to?
Well, I think one of the earlier witnesses raised the point. Sometimes this stuff is surprisingly complicated, just the rent control law in general. And I think the nature of a lot of the cases that get appealed from OAH to us tend to be the more complicated cases of that. People who have, new legal questions or complicated records that they're saying OAH didn't look at the record correctly, or all of the evidence on a whole range of claims. There are any number of cases that are large buildings with long-term tenants who have long-term issues, where you may have one case that's going to affect the next case, that they may have some pending at OAH, some pending in front of the commission, some pending in front of the Court of Appeals. Sorting out, narrowly focusing on which case, going through the important parts of the record. You have pro se parties on all sides, and giving all due leeway and deference to those parties to make sure that we understand their issues. All of those things can impact the speed that you get through one case or another. Certainly some cases are shorter and quicker than others. I think fairly recently we had a security deposit case that was handled in, I think, pretty much target time, more or less. Again, one of those decisions that was just recently issued between our last hearing and this one was a capital improvement petition by a housing provider. And that case has been going on for a very long time, up and back, multiple remands, Court of Appeals, us, rent administrator many years ago. So each one is different, and sometimes it's a matter of triaging which cases you're focusing on. Do you get some of those shorter cases out, or do you focus your effort on those longer cases? With only so many staff, so many attorneys, each minute that you're spending working on one case is a minute you're not spending working on another. So it's always a matter of prioritizing our own time on how to handle some of these.
Yeah.
And then just the day-to-day operations stuff. Again, even with the chief of staff position, legal questions coming in. We had a FOIA issue was raised recently through the Office of Open Government. They came to us. So that was time. We all spent, I think, working on updating our process to meet the legal requirements there. Yeah. With getting some of our decisions online. So all these little operational things impact time that goes into all the other things.
Yeah, I would add that, so a security deposit case, for instance, it's just one issue. And the matter is simple. There's nothing complicated about the record. And so those are ones that, arguably might be ripe for mediation, or if we had the hearing, you can kind of render a decision pretty quickly. But we have other you know, I like to say repeat customers. And so there are housing accommodations that are in the city where, you know, the case that Dan mentioned, they filed that petition in 2010. And, you know, I would love the opportunity, Chairperson White, to kind of, you know, share with you some of the records so you could possibly see some of the kinds of decisions that we've done and the nature of them, how complex they are. So you would have a fair comparison. I heard you mention maybe the last hearing, Contract Appeals Board. It's different. And I know public procurement as well, both statutory based, but the nature of the issues and the complexity of these cases and the procedural history by which a case will come up, we might remand it, it'll come back up. They're very complicated. And I mentioned as well last time that we do have a new judge, a very competent new judge, but it takes a while to get a handle on this area of the law. And I think that is a big part. And I think that also that you should factor in that we are still ruling on motions. So again, the issue, the case that goes back, I have a case that's before me right now that I'm working on. Again, tenants filed a petition in 2010. And those parties, once I issue that decision, probably will file a motion for reconsideration because of the nature of the concerns. And so I that's what I offer.
Well, I appreciate that. Those are all the questions I have. I want to thank you for being with us today. And like other agencies in this committee's jurisdiction, I look forward to working with you throughout the budget process. So Judge Gregory, thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, thank you, and congratulations again on your new addition.
Thank you.
Finally, today we will welcome Christopher Donald, the Executive Director and CEO of the DC Housing Finance Agency. Director, I think you are there.
Yes, I'm here.
There we are. Excellent. Everybody is a little small on that screen, so I was not entirely sure. As you know, it's the practice of our committee to put all of our government witnesses under oath. So Director Donald, I'll ask you and anybody else who you think may be answering questions to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Housing Committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, we will.
Excellent. Thank you so much. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon and happy Women's History Month, Chairman White and Council Member Fruman. My name is Christopher Donald. I am the Executive Director and CEO of the DC Housing Finance Agency. And here with me today, to my right, is Mr. Steve Clinton, our CFO, and Mr. Scott Hutter, who is the Director of our Multifamily Lending Group. On behalf of DC HFA's Board of Directors and the agency staff, thank you for the opportunity to appear before this committee to testify at this fiscal year 2023 through 2024 budget oversight hearing. Last month, I appeared before your committee to share the agency's performance for FY22 and the first quarter of FY 2023. DCHFA is a corporate instrumentality of the government of the District of Columbia. The agency is entirely self-sustaining, and by statute, the agency's budget is independent of the DC government's executive branch. None of its proposed budget funds will be derived from district government revenues, nor does DCHFA utilize district government full-time employees. Worth noting that the agency's budget and staffing have remained consistent year after year. As a result, we are a steady agency that produces consistently high results across different economic scenarios, and we do not fluctuate as volume changes. I will highlight the three primary areas of business that we have been charged with performing. Number one, CHFA creates home ownership opportunities in the district through the implementation of several agency-sponsored programs that provide low-cost single-family mortgages and down payment assistance, made possible through the issuance of mortgage-backed securities. The agency is also a co-administrator of the Home Purchase Assistance Program, funded by the Department of Housing and Community Development. These programs help to promote and to preserve home ownership. These programs bring down payment assistance and competitive mortgage rates to first-time home buyers and ensure that these new home buyers are prepared to be successful homeowners. Second, the agency issues tax-exempt bonds to fund the acquisition, construction, and preservation of affordable multifamily rental housing, more commonly known as apartment buildings. The agency also provides bridge loans to pay for pre-development of projects using the McKinney Act loan program and a new pre-development program that was approved in the last few months. Finally, third and finally, over the last 5 years, the agency has made a direct investment into building for-sale housing for the missing middle through its HIP platform, Housing Investment Platform. It is through the implementation of these designated tasks that we dutifully serve the residents of the District of Columbia to ensure that they have a fair shot at the dream of home ownership and the opportunity to live in communities which provide beautiful, healthy, and affordable homes. DCHFA works in partnership with the district's housing agencies to achieve economic diversity in the income strata that it serves. Single-family programs focus primarily on borrowers earning 80% of area median income and below. The tax-exempt bonds serve residents up to 60% of area median income, and our HIP program serves future homeowners between 60 to 120% of AMI. During today's appearance before the committee, I will share agency-specific performance for context and respond to questions about DCHFA's fiscal year 2024 budget. The agency's proposed FY 2024 budget of approximately $16 million will allow DCHFA to implement its business plan objectives throughout the fiscal year. DCHFA's Single-Family Programs Division creates home ownership opportunities in the district by providing low-cost single-family mortgages and down payment assistance made possible through the issuance of mortgage-backed securities. During the last fiscal year, DCHFA funded 157 mortgage loans amounting to $53.1 million, with an additional $1.6 million in down payment assistance through our DC Open Doors program. From the start of FY 2023 to date, 15 mortgage loans in an amount of $10.8 million have been funded via the Open Doors program. As shared earlier, DCHFA is also a co-administrator of HPAP. In FY 2022, DCHFA closed 125 HPAP loans for first-time homebuyers for a total of $6.9 million. To date, in FY 2023, DCHFA has funded 136 HPAP loans amounting to $19.7 million. The agency will continue to administer programs that promote and preserve home ownership in furtherance of Mayor Bowser's goal to create 20,000 new Black homeowners by 2023. The other major area of our business is to facilitate the production of multifamily rental housing. Through the agency's Multifamily Lending and Neighborhood Investments Division, $285 million in bond financing was issued for development and redevelopment, which led to the creation of 1,160 units of affordable housing in FY22. To date, in FY 2023, the agency funded and administered $209 million in low-income housing tax credits. In addition, as of February 2023, the agency had $1.8 million outstanding in McKinney Act savings loans. The largest impact on our ability to increase the number of multifamily dwelling units for low and moderate income residents is our tax-exempt bond cap allocation. We are on track to use our bond cap this year, which is currently approximately $300 million. Lastly, in 2017, HFA established the Housing Investment Platform as a resource for innovative investments that will increase the agency's support of the District of Columbia housing market. HIP's Single Family Investment Fund provides joint venture capital to emerging developers, and fosters neighborhood stabilization and increases the tax base while projects create employment opportunities through the construction of new homes. The HIP platform also provides equitable access to capital that has traditionally been denied to emerging developers. The HIP program currently has $1.5 million in capital distributed to development partners. HIP's pipeline has grown to almost 100 units. The proposed FY 2024 budget will allow the agency to continue to function at similar levels of volume as we have done so in the last few years. While DCHFA is an independent agency, the board of directors, staff, and I are fully committed to work in collaboration with Mayor Bowser, the council, and our governmental housing partners to advance the housing priorities of the District of Columbia. Stand ready to deploy all the resources available to us efficiently and effectively. We will work tirelessly to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to live in affordable, healthy, and beautiful housing. This concludes my testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to appear yet again before the Committee on Housing and present information about the work that we do at DCHFA and more specifically our proposed budget for FY24. I welcome your questions at this time.
Thank you very much. So we'll jump right into it. DCHFA's tax-exempt bonds are a game changer in projects. Looking at new communities projects in 2022, you issued bonds in the amount not to exceed almost $53 million for the Park Morton rehabilitation, which is part of the New Communities Initiative. At our last hearing, we heard testimony about concerns over displacement. Park Morton is a DC Housing Authority owned property. I think the person who testified cited 90% of residents were displaced. How does HFA view or deal with displacement concerns?
Sure, displacement is clearly a very important issue to us. And when projects come before us for approval, we ask to know what their relocation plans are in order to ensure that residents can return to the project. Simultaneously, with our housing partner, DCHA, and the project, they bear the responsibility of partnering with those residents and helping them to lay out the plans for them to return to the project. And so, you know, it was said earlier that we relied on the QAP, and it's not so much that we rely on the QAP as we perform a certain function. We have a level of accountability, and we exercise that level of accountability by making sure that a plan is in place. And then going back to our other partner or giving it back to our other partner to execute against that plan.
Do you track outcomes at all? So you get the commitments on the front end. Do you look at outcomes on the back end?
So again, our review is at the front end of the process, council member, making sure that that's in place. That monitoring is typically done by the sponsor because they're there real time. They're leasing up folks and making sure that people can get back. That's not a part of our role in the process.
Let me discuss a different project, the Faircliff East project. Residents attempted to acquire the property through TOPA but failed. Since your time at DCHFA, have you seen tenants purchase properties directly with the agency's assistance?
I want to make sure that I understand your question, council member. Are you asking, have we seen tenant groups who have essentially stood up a business or a single purpose entity and done the redevelopment without a developer? Is that your question?
I think less specific than that. I mean, well, yeah, that is the question.
Okay, so not since I've been here at the agency over the last 6 or 7 years have I ever seen that, but I started organizing tenants almost 20 years ago. And that was when I was in small buildings and knocking on doors and talking to people in their basements. And I never saw a tenant group without the help of a development consultant be able to put a deal together. It's a highly esoteric and complex process. And it's absolutely essential to have somebody who's a subject matter expert as a part of that process because of the layers of compliance and the inherent risk. Like you're talking about taking on, tens of millions of dollars, some of it public and some of it private money, with all those accompanying compliance issues. Typically, there's going to be somebody who kind of shines a light along the path to help these groups through to the other side safely.
Got it. Did I understand your testimony today to suggest that it was common practice at one point for tenants to purchase their properties without a developer? Or no, it was somebody else who testified to that. Do you know if this is something that used to happen at some point?
Again, in my experience over the last 20 plus years, council member, I haven't seen it. Now, I haven't seen everything and I don't know everything, so I won't say that on the record, right? But what I will say, again, from small to large, I haven't seen it. And I haven't had that experience in the region, right? If it has happened, then, something that we can both learn more about.
Okay. Let's move to HPAP. The concern I have recently heard from the mortgage lending community is that HPAP is running out of money to cover the demand this fiscal year. I suspect that's why DHCD is asking HUD to increase its allocated funding for HPAP from around $8 million to roughly $15 million. Are you involved at all in DHCD's petition for more funding from HUD?
No, we're not. The way the program works, council member, is we're on the execution side. So we're on the front lines, working with the lending partners and making sure that when our residents are ready to close and buy their new home, that we can make that happen. Communicate with our partners at DHCD. We let them know how things are moving along. And then what's happened so far this year is every time we've had a need, they've helped us to meet that need.
Okay. How many HPAP down payment assistance loans are pending this fiscal year?
So go back to it. I think that was earlier. Just give me a second, council member, to go back to. All right, so this year, to date, from the start of FY 2023, 52 mortgage loans. Sorry, hold on one second. 125 HPAP loans for first-time home buyers for a total of 6 years. I'm sorry, council member, just give me a second here. In FY 2023, DCHFA has funded 136 HPAP loans totaling $19.7 million.
Other key component to HPAP other than down payment assistance loan is the $4,000 closing costs assistance. The administration raised the down payment assistance, but not the closing cost assistance. Does this have an impact on borrowers?
That's something I need to talk with the team about, council member, and come back to you. I can't speak to that off the top of my head. We're happy to follow up with that information. I will tell you that the increase in the overall amount of HPAP has been a tremendous success and a lot of help to our borrowers to get them into homes, and has actually made them more competitive as interest rates have gone up.
Have you heard concerns about the closing cost assistance not being raised?
I have not directly, but again, I'm not on the I'm not in the weeds. So I really need to talk to my team, right, and come back to you on that.
Okay. Where would, so if there were concerns being raised, where would they be raised?
So it depends on the concern. What we're generally trying to make sure of is that we can meet people at the closing table. If there is that nuance about the closing cost, I can check in with the team and see if they've heard anything about it, right? And they can talk to our partners, the other co-administrator, and to our partners over at DHCD.
Okay. Is there a feedback loop so that issues that borrowers have in the process, they can communicate that so that internal processes improve over time?
So what generally happens is when our borrowers run into a challenge, they will communicate with their lenders and the rest of the team. There are times that they will also come directly to us. We listen to that feedback, and then we're also always looking at our process and thinking about how we can make that process easier for the borrower. So I think those two things are going on simultaneously. You know, clearly with home buying, as you know, you've been through that process several times yourself, there are lots of different complexities to it, right? And so being sensitive to that, being familiar with the overall process, we're constantly trying to enhance it. We do get folks who call and say, hey, look, I'm having a really hard time. I need to close. And then we try to be dynamic and make sure that we can move alongside them to get them to the closing table.
People who like go through the HPAP process and don't make it, and people who do make it, there's no formal surveying of those folks to understand their experiences and work that feedback into your processes.
I don't know if there's a formal process that exists in that way right now, but part of what I would say is the difference between getting across that closing line and not may be due to a lot of different reasons. And sometimes it's because of things that the borrower has done, sometimes it's because things that the seller has done, and sometimes it's because of the market, right? So as we look at that, if folks get to the closing table and their credit profile has changed, they may not be able to close on a loan, right? If the seller gets antsy or the seller is under pressure to sell the home, then they may kick out of the contract. So there's any number of different reasons why somebody might not get across the finish line.
Yeah, I get that. I've been in this process multiple times myself, but many industries sort of develop ongoing feedback loops so that they can over time identify commonalities that are fixable in order to help the end user, help more people get across the finish line, or see if there are things that have to change about the process. But I think I understand the answer to that question. So let me get a little bit more clarification. Actually, let me turn to Councilmember Fruman, who is, I think, still with us.
I really appreciate it, Chairman White. I have a meeting at 4, so I'll use 7 minutes here, I suspect. And nice to see you, Mr. Donald. It was, thank you very much for coming into my office and explaining all of the different programs that your agency works on. That was very helpful for me.
Good to see you, sir.
I want to take up Chief Tenant Advocate Shreve's suggestion that I talk to you about some of the criteria that might be built into the projects that you finance, where they may be a rental project, and thinking about what parallels there might be in the rent stabilization areas. So I'm curious, I think what she was suggesting was that when you are involved in a deal, that you look on the pro forma for various things, including levels of rate of return, capital reserves, maintenance budgets being built in, about how you deal with issues, or if you deal with those issues when you're looking at projects to finance.
Sure. So I do think it's important, council member, that we back up for a second and we kind of break these issues into different buckets, right? So one of them is the business of the transaction and the sponsor, right? And that's where those returns come in place. And that can be very nuanced based on the profile of that sponsor, right? So if you've got a for-profit, they're looking for lots of different things because they've got to pay taxes, whereas a nonprofit is less sensitive to those types of things, right? And then return hurdles are going to be different for every investor, right? So we're not examining that. We're not running those numbers because we don't know what all of those pieces are. Here's what we are doing. Whenever a transaction comes in front of us, we have a portfolio of about 26,000 units, right? And we look at the assumptions, or actually not the assumptions, we look at the operating data from that portfolio, and then we take the assumptions from the deal that's in front of us, try to true those two things up, okay? So if we have a property that's a garden apartment in Southeast DC, right? And it's a rehab, and it costs $10,000 per year per unit. If we have that same type of property and that other property comes in for $5,000 a unit, we go, hey, wait, something just doesn't make sense. Why is your number half the other number? And sometimes there may be things that make perfect sense because they're going to completely renovate the property, put in all new systems. And so logically, that makes sense. Sometimes the underwriting could be very aggressive and we have to say, hey, we appreciate the fact that you're really good at what you do, but you're not going to be able to get to half of what it costs to operate a property like this. Maybe you can improve by 20% and be at $8,000, right? That's critically important as you think about the life of that property, because you don't want to over leverage it, right? And you also want to make sure that it's taken care of. The other part, I believe your question is, or what you referenced was reserves, right? And every property that we look at has to have reserves, which are dictated by the lenders or the investors, right? And there's a replacement reserve that goes into every transaction. When those deals are underwritten, that replacement reserve is considered. There can be another part of the property assessment that's done through what's called a property needs assessment for a property that doesn't have a complete overhaul, right? And that property needs assessment can then lay out some capital improvements that will happen at specific points in time in the future, right? And so you will capitalize that fund when you close, or you'll put some money in that fund when you close, right? And then over time, you'll add additional monies to that fund so that you know your roof is going to need to be replaced in 5 years. You can't afford to do that at the beginning of the project. The roof is in good enough condition to last for 5 years, right? So you'll look at how much money do I have to put in today? How much money do I have to put into this fund for the next 5 years? So that in 5 years, I have enough money to replace that roof. That's a capital expenditure, right? The replacement reserves are really for things like, hey, I need to replace carpet in 5 of these units. May I make a draw on this replacement reserves to do that? Or I need to paint a unit, or I need to do this or that, smaller costs that happen in the normal operations of the property. So those are the two mechanisms by which people take care of the property, right? In addition to kind of the normal maintenance and repairs.
And so, and you build that in up front before you decide to get into a project. You make sure that those kinds of reserves and those kinds of maintenance plans and needs assessments are in place before you commit your dollars. And I hear you that every project is different, and so rates of return would vary for profit and for a nonprofit. But do you look at in a range of returns that you consider reasonable, or an expectation of a level of return that you consider reasonable? Because you don't want to, your dollars are scarce, and so you don't want to put money into a deal that's going to lead to somebody being very, very profitable and then not be in a position to help somebody who could make something work that would add affordable housing, more affordable housing, but not be that profitable. So are there ranges of returns that you are looking at?
So, Councilmember, I'm not trying to be dodgy here, but it's nuanced. And the reason I say that is because you've got tiers in each one of these transactions, right? And forgive me, I'm gonna be a little esoteric, but I'll try to be very thoughtful, right? In my esoteric. So
Thank you.
you've got an upper tier, right? And that upper tier is for the investors who buy the credits, right? And so they're buying the credits, they're investing money. They have a return hurdle, right? And that return hurdle is really opaque to us who are down here at the project level. Then the next level you have is the general partner or the sponsor level, right? And they've got return targets, right? And so then you take the asset itself and how it performs and the returns that it's going to get back to the sponsor. However, when you're doing the analysis, a property will produce $100 a year, right? But that $100 a year is going to be taxed. So you're also going to be able to deduct from that $100 a year of net operating income, expenses, right? Depreciation, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So that when it's taxed, right, it's going to be taxed at a lower level. That's ultimately going to become a part of your return. So I can have a different strategy depending on the type of capital that I'm bringing to this deal. What I will say, though, is that for a lot of sponsors, for affordable housing deals, business is based on fee income, right? A developer's fee. And so those developer fees are kind of defined in the code, the IRS code, and there's a standard typically that your accountants are going to be looking at when they certify the cost from that project, right? So for some people, it's very simple. How much fee can I take when I close on this project? For other people who may be slightly more sophisticated and they go out and they raise money from other people, they're looking at different factors to calculate what their return on investment is going to be.
Okay, so more complicated than I'm going to master in this back and forth. A different thing, but thank you very much for trying. And I may try to do a longer tutorial at some point with you if I have the opportunity. Thinking about the way in which rents on your properties might increase, because I guess I'm assuming the properties are committed to be at a certain percentage of AMI. And so then that drives what the rents can be charged each year. And how much have rents gone up in recent years? Like we're facing this 8.9% in the rent stabilized world right now. And if it was one of your properties that was based on AMI, and say it was 80% of AMI, and then the rent is a percentage of 80% of AMI, is the driver wouldn't be CPI. The driver, no, you're shaking, so you tell me.
Oh, I'm sorry. The screen went off. It's not you.
So the driver wouldn't be CPI. The driver would be, I guess, increases in AMI from year to year that would then justify increases in rent in a building that you had financed. Is that right?
So I will say, council members, location, right? So for a neighborhood that's east of the river, the market may actually be the constraint and not the maximum AMI, right? So the maximum AMI for one bedroom may be $1,200, but apartments in that area, one bedroom apartments are renting for $1,000, right? So you can't max out the AMI. Right. Whereas maybe you're in another area of town, west of the river, and the AMI is actually below the market rent. And so if the actual rent being charged is less than the AMI, then there's room to potentially raise those rents.
But the way in which you could raise it would be if, let's say, 80%, if it was an 80% AMI unit, and what is 80% of AMI this year? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head.
Yeah. Okay, let's say it's $80,000. So, and then, am I right that the rent can be something like 30% of that figure? So 24,000 in rent you would be able to charge. But then if AMI went up by 10%, then you would have and so it was 88,000. Now you got 30% of 88,000 that you could charge on that 80% AMI unit. Am I understanding it right? So changes in AMI as opposed to CPI would be the driver of the rent increases that you could do. Is that right?
HUD publishes the AMI every year. They have a calculation that they go to determine what the new AMI is. That new AMI is driven by HUD, and then I cheat. So if you want to figure out at any point in time what the rents are going to be and at which level, there's a site called Novogradic, right? Or novacode.com, and they are accountants, and you can go there. They have a calculator. You can tell them where you are, tell them what all the constraints are, and they will tell you exactly what the rents need to be.
Okay, so I'm going to go look at that, but now I have people at my door who have made wait for 5 minutes, so I'm going to jump off. But thank you very much, and look forward to talking with you in the future.
Always a pleasure to see you, sir.
All right, great.
Let me move to the remit program. So the Housing Committee passed emergency legislation for the remit program so that you'd have the legal authority to assist seniors with reverse mortgages. So far, you've helped 22 seniors avoid foreclosure through this program. This week, Councilmember Bonds introduced a permanent bill that would make remit a permanent program under DC HFA. Do you have administrative concerns with making this program permanent?
Currently, the team has not mentioned that there are any administrative concerns about continuing to administer the program.
Okay. And what are there any hurdles to getting the money out the door on this program?
No, they're not.
Excellent. In the proposed FY24 budget, the amount of funding outlined in your budget chapter will drop from $15,891,000 to $5,887,000. So 63% reduction in personnel. No, in personnel funds?
That is incorrect. That's incorrect. And it's something we're working on right now. Something was put in the budget book that's not correct. We're getting that sorted out.
All right. Can you tell why you sort it out? Can you tell me what roughly what this should look like?
Yes. Good afternoon. This is Steve Clinton. Budget is $16.4 million for 2024 versus $15.9 million last year. About a 3.5% increase is our target for 24.
Okay. Thank you for that. This is for staff.
Yeah, so that budget covers all of our operating staff, health insurance, retirement accounts, to clean the building, accountants, consultants, things like that. So that's our entire operating budget. and it's a staff of approximately 50 to 55 people.
And so this error in the budget, will that have any impact on the rest of the district budget?
I don't think so, because our budget is not part of the DC government.
Okay. Do you have vacancies?
We do. We probably have about 4 or 5 right now. We tend to operate with around 50 people. We have a target budget of around 55. So it's occasionally we will have vacancies. We try not to, but we do have some.
Okay. But right now, 4 to 5.
Yes.
Okay. The agency issued an RFQ in July of 2020 to redevelop your headquarters, which currently is at 815 Florida Avenue Northwest. The RFQ notes that DC HFA plans to relocate to another site. What's the status of the redevelopment and relocation?
So, Councilman, we're actively in negotiations right now with the qualified respondent, and all of those details have not yet been finalized. We'll continue to negotiate. Then we'll have to take it back to our board for approval, and so we're a little ways off before we can tell you exactly where we're going to go and what that plan is.
I'm sorry. When did you say you were going to the board for approval?
I didn't. So we're currently in the midst of negotiations right now with the qualified respondent, right? And preparing to go back to our board once that gets finalized for them to ratify us taking the next step. But we have not yet identified where we would be going.
Okay. So is the RFQ is for, are you selling the current site?
We would be creating a ground lease, a 99-year ground lease is where we're headed right now.
Okay.
And then developer, not unlike other public transactions, and structuring it, moving that way going forward.
So the RFQ, the selected respondent to the RFQ will be responsible for doing what?
We're developing the building. So
Okay.
they will have the development. You know, we're not in the property development business, right?
Yeah.
What we're going to do is make sure that we achieve our mission by delivering and maximizing the amount of affordable housing that we put on the site.
Yep.
We're trying to be very thoughtful about that in the context in which this site is being built, right? That's our fiduciary responsibility, and to manage the process to make sure that we use the district's resources as efficiently as possible, because that's what we're good at, right? And that's going to be the role that we play in order to deliver some affordable housing and a community of opportunity.
Okay. So for your current site, you're doing a 99-year ground lease. Are you doing a lease back? Which I don't think you're doing. Okay.
No, we will not. We will do the ground lease. We will be the lessor, and the developer will be the lessee. Okay, and go that far. They will control the land. They will build the project on the land. They will be responsible for the project.
Got it. And your headquarters will be somewhere else.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. And, page 8 of the agency's most recent audited financial statement notes that you have an unrestricted funds of $122 million and unrestricted assets that include $38 million in cash and $67 million in current and non-current investments. That's the latter part is page 12. For what purposes can the agency use unrestricted assets?
So there's many reasons we have this unrestricted. So we have cash to operate the agency. So we run $10 to $12 million of an operating budget. So we have cash on hand to pay for that. We also, there's lots of reasons. I'm going to go off the top of my head here. It's also important for the agency to have reserves. For example, we have a $200 million risk share portfolio that we're 50% risk share on. So we need reserves to hold against potential losses there. We also have down payment assistance money we're lending out in addition to the HPAP program. We also lend our own money that we use our cash for. And lastly, the rating agencies come in and look at our agency every year. So when we issue tax exempt bonds, one of the important questions for investors is not only what the property looks like, but what does the agency look like? So it's important for us to have a healthy balance sheet to maintain our rating, which helps us issue bonds potentially at lower rates, which helps our developers, which eventually helps to the rent prices. So all of those and more are a couple of reasons why we have a balance sheet in cash and investments that looks like that.
And Councilmember, if I might, let me add some finer points to that. So number one, our bond rating or issuer rating was increased in about 2019 by S&P from an A to an A+, right? And that was significant. That hadn't been done in some time. That's an important fact because when we created the new risk share program, it required that we have our issuer rating be at a certain level, right? And that requirement was just to get into the program. The next step, however, was to create a new indenture which would allow us to make loans. With a stronger issuer rating, we're able to issue loans with better terms, right? So at the end of the day, our balance sheet and our ability to leverage that allows us to finance projects that the district is funding at better rates. So things like getting that project more proceeds, so you don't have to use as much HPTF, right? Allowing that project to have better cash flow so that if something goes wrong, they still have the funding in the deal, right? We also right now, as we're working through HPAP, have the ability to advance the funding using our balance sheet and our lines of credit to make sure that we can keep up, right, with the pace of the transaction. So there are things that we're doing to leverage those funds to make sure that we can deliver on the promise that the mayor and that the council has set out for us, right? In addition to those things, there are some programs, right, that we also fund. So as we mentioned earlier, we have that new pre-development fund of about $15 million. At the height of the pandemic, we had a property stabilization fund of $5 million. So there's an opportunity for us when there's distress in the market to step in. The most important thing when we talk about our bond rating is this. If the agency's balance sheet starts to fluctuate and go up and down, investors are then going to have concerns about buying our bonds. If investors have concerns about buying our bonds, we lose a critical tool to be able to deliver the most efficient capital in the market. And that's what's critically important. As you look at the balance sheet and you look at the resources that we have, and you're asking yourself that question, right? In addition to that, the last thing that I will say is, as we look at single family and we talk about the Black home ownership strike force, we are working very diligently to determine what more we can do in order to make more Black or potential Black homeowners successful and kind of attaining that dream, right? Part of that will be strategically leveraging those resources in a meaningful way for us to get there.
With respect to people buying your bonds, you mentioned fluctuations. Do fluctuations impact it in general or below a certain point?
So we have a financial advisor, and that financial advisor does something called a cash flow analysis, right? So they will look at our balance sheet, and there are changes that have to be made to that balance sheet. So as you looked at it and you saw the free cash flow, that's not, or not the free cash flow, you saw those unrestricted assets. That's not what the market is looking at, right? The market doesn't see that $120 million. The market takes haircuts for the liabilities that we have, right? And then we end up with another number. Now, you can say, hey, that number's free, but the market is also looking at how that number is maintained over time. And again, if they are buying our bonds, they are taking a risk. And if we are using our indenture rating, which is ultimately backed by our issuer rating, the market is piercing through to the health of the agency, right? Again, one of the reasons why we could change our credit rating, right, or our bond rating, is because we were a healthier agency. One of the things that we've done since 2019 is become a more active lender in the market. So for example, the other way that we use that indenture is if a borrower comes to us and we give them a quote on a loan, they can then take that somewhere else and get even better pricing. We can flex in that way because we are getting better rates because of our higher credit rating. And as a result, again, we're contributing to the marketplace.
Okay, I'm going to leave that there. I understand your general point that there are some specifics I need to understand better, but I'll understand them in sort of in follow-up meetings. Your financial statement indicates that as of September 30th, 2022, the agency had $60 million of its general fund invested in corporate, municipal, and U.S. Treasury obligations. And notes that general fund investments are made in accordance with the agency's investment policy. What is the agency's investment policy?
So it's a 10, 12 page document, but at a high level, it sets minimum standards of credit, of which types of things we can buy. For example, we can't invest in the stock market, but we can invest in a U.S. Treasury. And it goes on to some of those specifics. So it's guidelines from the agency that's approved by the board of where you can take your reserves and invest them, consistent with an agency like ours that has a mission to preserve and not chase a return, so to speak, preserve our capital as much as possible, but generate some sense of return.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Could you share that with the committee?
Yes.
Those are all the questions I have today. I want to thank you all for being with us for this hearing. As I've said multiple times across our budget hearings, this is a different time for the district. We have not had a downward revenue projection in quite a number of years. So we're going to have to, many of us, learn some new muscles, and for most of us, work together in ways that we haven't all done in some years. So thank you all for the work that you're doing, for the work that your teams are doing, and I look forward to working with you throughout the budget process. Also want to note for my gratitude for all the public witnesses who came today, and note that for anyone who was not able to testify but wants to submit written testimony is welcome and will be made part of the official record. You can email written testimony to the Committee on Housing at housing@dccouncil.gov, housing@dccouncil.gov. The record for this roundtable will close at the close of business 1 week from today, Wednesday, April 5th. If anyone listening is interested in learning more about the work of this committee or my office, please sign up for our newsletter at robertwhiteatlarge.com. With that, the business before this committee is concluded. The time is now 4:23 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Take care.